Yeah.
Just as a quick info, you saw when the head table laptops both are unmuted, you have this noise, so you need to be careful with this.
Christian, could you kindly repeat? This is back on.
Yeah. When you saw when you unmute both laptops at the head table next to each other, you have that nice sound. So you have to be careful with who speaks and who's muted.
Yes,
Thanks.
Of course. Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks. Christian, quick question. Will you present the PowerPoint explaining some Zoom technicalities, including the languages, or shall I announce it to everyone?
As you like. If you want to do this, it's not rocket science. You can do it, and if you want me to do it, that's fine as well.
No, I don't have the PPT. Okay, can you please do it at the very beginning?
Sure.
And then I might even announce it at the later stage again.
Yes.
Thanks a lot.
Christian, we have also Morgens, who just joined us. He also needs to have the co-host role. Morgens Bliecher.
Please, yeah, if you could check.
Yes, do it in a minute.
Christian, I see that Shayla Yusufovic, she has the co-host role. Could you also assign it to her?
Sorry, I was on the phone. Could you repeat, please?
Shayla Yusufovic, she needs to have a co-host role.
Okay.
And we actually are about to start like in 2 minutes max.
Co-host role is assigned.
Thank you.
Good morning, dear colleagues. I hope you can all hear me well. Great. I would like to warmly welcome you to the 7th Southeast Europe Media Conference titled The New Frontline, Working Together to Foster Media Freedom. In the next 2 days, our expert speakers, together with all of you, will be discussing 2 main topics: safety of journalists, as unfortunately still the key issue in the region, as well as COVID-19's impact on media, journalists, and their ability to work, perform their professional activities in a safe and free manner. Before we start, before I give the floor to our speakers, let me inform you that this event will be live streamed and that we will be recording it. Recorded materials will also be partially used by the news agency and further distributed to other media outlets. Also, it is important for you to note that all participants should mute their microphone and disable their camera at all times, except when given the floor. Without further delay, I would like to move to the welcoming speeches. First on my list is our newly appointed director, Mr. Jürgen Heisel, who has 2 decades of experience at the Austrian Foreign Service, covering human rights and security policy issues. He has been working in multilateral settings with organizations including the UN, OSCE, and the Council of Europe. Mr. Heisel, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me start by wishing you all a very good morning. Normally, this conference would be opened by the OSCE representative on freedom of the media. But in this case, where we are temporarily without an appointed representative, I have the honor as the director of the office to welcome you to our 7th Southeast Europe Media Conference, jointly hosted with the OSCE mission to Serbia in collaboration with other OSCE field operations from the region. Today, we should actually all have been meeting in Belgrade, where this year's media conference was planned to take place. However, due to the present circumstances, the health risks and uncertainties, we are gathering in a different format. In order to be able to continue our important work, even under these challenging circumstances, we have decided to move our meeting online. I'm very pleased that we are joined today by a multitude of stakeholders from across the Southeast Europe region and beyond. Over 200 participants have registered to this event, including journalists, media associations, as well as representatives from key public institutions involving law enforcement and the judiciary, regional and international experts, and civil society. More participants are following our discussions on the live stream, which is now running on the OSCE RFOM event page. Let me take this opportunity to also express particular thanks to our panelists and moderators for their readiness to share their expertise and steer our discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, since our last regional conference held in Sarajevo a year ago, our office has observed a persisting trend in threats to media freedom and the work of journalists across the region. Safety of journalists and media workers remains a growing and most challenging concern, particularly for female journalists, who face additional threats of sexual violence, intimidation, gender discrimination, including on the online sphere. The safety of journalists and the fight against impunity for attacks against journalists are paramount to safeguarding freedom of expression and ensuring a safe and enabling media environment. This is a commitment that all 57 OSCE participating states jointly pledged to uphold in the landmark OSCE Ministerial Council decision on safety of journalists, which was adopted in 2018. This decision specifically urges participating states to, and let me quote, take effective measures to end impunity for crimes committed against journalists by ensuring accountability as a key element in preventing future attacks, including by ensuring that law enforcement agencies carry out swift, effective, and impartial investigations into acts of violence and threats against journalists in order to bring all those responsible to justice and ensure that victims have access to appropriate remedies. Alongside these challenges to journalist safety, this year has been marked in particular by the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic has not only amplified existing trends in the deterioration of media freedom, but it has also added new layers of challenges to freedom of expression, freedom of the media, and access to information. This year's conference aims to examine the impact of COVID-19 on media freedom with a special focus on the safety of journalists as an imperative for a free, diverse, and independent media. Law enforcement agencies and the judiciary play a crucial role in protecting and ensuring a safe and conducive media environment, both online and offline, and in combating impunity for crimes against journalists and other media professionals. That is why we have chosen these topics for this year's conference and why we have invited you, the representatives from the police and the public prosecution offices, to engage in our discussions. We're working together through a multi-stakeholder approach. We can enhance the safety of journalists. Your presence and the exchange of your experience and knowledge will contribute to a more sustainable and comprehensive solution to the challenges that independent investigative journalists and other media actors face in their important work. We will delve into these topics in 4 sessions in the coming 2 days. Our first panel, which will be starting right after our opening remarks, will look into the existing national mechanisms for coordinated responses to threats and violence against journalists, specifically those developed in Serbia and the Netherlands. In the case of Serbia, a permanent working group for safety of journalists was established in 2017, comprised of representatives from the police, public prosecutor's office, and 7 media and journalist associations. As part of this initiative, a contact point system was created as a novel mechanism to facilitate reporting of and access to information on cases involving attacks against journalists. In a similar spirit, the Dutch law enforcement authorities and the media community established a working group in 2018 to jointly strengthen the position of journalists against violence and aggression. These examples can serve as reference models to replicate in other countries in the region. Discussions will thus focus on the opportunities and challenges in establishing national mechanisms to reinforce and ensure the safety of journalists. The second panel will discuss in particular the commitment in the Ministerial Council decision on safety of journalists to, and I quote again, establish national data collection analysis and reporting on attacks and violence against journalists. Establishing robust, harmonized, and gender-responsive mechanisms for data collection and reporting on violations of journalist safety is essential to ensure that prevention, protection, and prosecution efforts are well-informed and appropriately targeted. In this light, the second panel will provide an opportunity to exchange current regional practices, good examples in the area of data management and safety of journalists, and explore ways in which existing data collection initiatives could be harmonized and unified through a common set of criteria and standards. Our third panel, taking place tomorrow morning, will examine in detail the impact of COVID-19 related measures on media freedom and freedom of expression in the Southeast Europe region through the lens of regional and international experts. The present global pandemic is unprecedented and has posed fundamental changes to democracy, with measures introduced that are impacting various fundamental human rights, including freedom of expression, freedom of the media, and access to information. Over the past months, with the imposition of COVID-19 related restrictions and lockdowns, the media witnessed both a heightened public demand for information and an ever more impeded access to reliable data retained by public authorities. Together with the mandate holders on freedom of expression of the United Nations and the Organization of American States, the OSCE representative on freedom of the media issued a joint statement on the 19th of March, calling on governments to promote and protect access to and free flow of information during the pandemic. In particular, the statement recalls that human health depends not only on readily accessible healthcare, it also depends on access to accurate information about the nature of the threats, the means to protect oneself, one's family, and one's community. And by the same token, the right of access to information means that governments must be making exceptional efforts to protect the work of journalists. Journalism serves a crucial function at a moment of public health emergency, particularly when it aims to inform the public of critical information and monitors government actions. Furthermore, the health crisis has had an adverse impact, economic impact on the media sector, with a significant decline in newspaper circulation and advertising revenues. These developments have by all means exacerbated the level of media pluralism and access to sources of information at a time when the public most needs accurate, relevant, and reliable information. In this view, the third panel will provide an opportunity to take stock of lessons learned by all stakeholders in creating a conducive media environment. Tomorrow, in our fourth and final session, we will be addressing the growing safety concerns that women journalists face online when doing their work, and the efforts by participating states to respond to online attacks against women journalists. The digital era has created new opportunities for journalists, but it has also provided a platform for new forms of attack, particularly against women, not only for being a journalist, but also because of their gender. In the OSCE Ministerial Council decision on safety of journalists, states recognized the distinct risks faced by female journalists in relation to their work, such as sexual harassment, abuse, intimidation, threats, and violence, including through digital technologies. The prevalence of gender-specific threats leads to a higher incidence of self-censorship among women journalists. While threats often go unreported or even unpunished, this has a detrimental impact not only on their individual safety and access to justice, but also on their journalistic work and the free flow of information. A silenced journalist mutes the voices of the people who need them most and curbs society's right to a plurality of voices and information to make informed decisions. Tomorrow, we will hear chilling testimonies from female journalists from the region. These stories and experiences are a reminder of the specific situation and added burdens that women journalists face in today's digital age. They're also a sign that ever stronger efforts are needed to tackle these prevailing issues. In this regard, I'm pleased to announce that our office has developed a comprehensive resource guide on safety of female journalists online, a preview of which we have already shared with you, including 3 chapters that are relevant to tomorrow's discussions. The resource guide proposes points of action for different actors that can contribute to an enabling environment for the media. It is authored by Silvia Giucaro, who will be joining us for this session tomorrow in cooperation with Sarah Clark, Paulina Guterres, and Judy Tang. And I would like to thank them for authoring this document. The resource guide, which is due to be published in full this fall, aims to provide a concrete way forward for different stakeholders in reinforcing the safety of women journalists online by applying gender-responsive and holistic approaches. This last panel will be dedicated to exploring concrete actions on how to move from policy to practice through a multi-stakeholder approach, and will reflect on the national responses adopted so far, as well as the recommendations presented in the forthcoming resource guide. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that our discussions will prove to be a valuable contribution to improving the safety situation of journalists and freedom of the media in the region, in order to shape a more conducive media environment that is in line with the OSCE commitments on freedom of expression and free media. Lastly, I would like to thank my team and the colleagues at the OSCE mission to Serbia who have put this event together. Thank you for joining us, and I wish us all a very productive and fruitful conference.
Thank you very much, Mr. Heisel. Now I would like to move on by inviting Ms. Inid Milo, who is the head of the OSCE Task Force, Ministry for Europe and Foreign Affairs of Albania. Ms. Milo is a career diplomat, joining the diplomatic service of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Albania in 2004. She has been serving in several positions, including second secretary to the Albanian Embassy in Berlin, first secretary at the Permanent Mission of Albania to the UN, and first secretary at the Permanent Delegation of Albania to NATO. Ms. Milo, please, you have the floor.
Good morning, Excellencies, dear colleagues. I'm pleased to be here this morning to participate, along with Ambassador Maurizio and Mr. Heisel, in this conference on a very important topic on how we can work together to foster media freedom in Southeast Europe. The media freedom landscape of this region is pretty diverse and very dynamic, thus addressing opportunities and challenges in ensuring a democratic media environment in compliance with OSCE commitments and other international norms remains priority for all of us. The ongoing COVID-19 pandemic triggered so many challenges to the journalists, but also reaffirmed their mission as messengers of public information, transparency, and hidden realities. The need for implementing the OSCE commitments on freedom of information and freedom of media gained another valuable relevance, especially because of the pandemic, which exposed the vulnerable situation of the journalists region-wide are facing. As chairman in office for 2020, Albania remains committed to support the central role of the OSCE, which plays in monitoring and supporting media freedom in all our region. The second supplementary human dimension meeting, which was being held in June this year in cooperation with the representative freedom of the media, aimed and hopefully succeeded to effectively deliver on media freedom and safety of journalists and their resolute mission in informing the public, as well as in advocating for safeguarding people's human rights and fundamental freedoms. Distinguished participants, as a platform of exchange, today's conference is an opportunity to deepen the discussion on free media, access to information online and offline, and exchanging best practices and expertise the national law enforcement experts bring in protecting freedom of information and of media. Offering support to journalists in maximizing the quality and speed of information, especially in time of crisis, is a direct contribution to the independent, free, and pluralistic media landscape. In this regard, protecting women journalists from the extra burden of being attacked and intimidated online remains even a bigger challenge to be addressed. Breaking the gender stereotypes in mass media is as important as providing a safe environment to the whole journalism. Addressing the hiatus that self-censorship may cause to free media due to gender is of paramount importance in challenging the lack of reporting on sensitive topics from women journalists. Dear colleagues, before concluding, I would like to extend a deep appreciation to the organizers for the event, which I believe is a further reaffirmation of the vital role reporters play in ensuring free flow information in time of crisis and how other state structures contribute to their mission for real, free, and timing reporting. As Albania, we are delighted to share our information and expertise from the Director of the General Directorate State Police, Mr. Adi Veliu. As chairman in office for 2020, this conference may serve as a platform for exchange of expertise and experience that the participating states of the OSCE, with the collaboration of the representative of freedom of the media, can benefit in terms of support and assistance to each other. I thank you for your attention and wish you all the best and success.
Thank you very much, Ms. Miller, for joining us today. Finally, I would like to give the floor to His Excellency Andrea Orizio, head of the OSCE mission to Serbia. Before joining the OSCE, Orizio served as Balkans Director at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. He was also head of the counterterrorism and organized crime, as well as deputy head of mission of the Italian Embassy to Egypt. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you, dear Adis, dear Ms. Mila, dear Mr. Heisel, dear speakers, contributors, friends, participants. I'm really very pleased to have the opportunity in the final weeks of my tenure as head of the OSCE mission to Serbia to welcome you at this regional conference tackling the safety of journalists, an issue of global and regional relevance that is very high on the agenda of our organization and of the mission. I also, in the first point, would like to thank our partners, the Office of the OSCE Representative on Freedom of the Media, and our sister OSCE field operations in Southeast Europe for their dedication and hard work, really hard, during the last months in preparing this event. I also wish to thank all our international guests for joining us and offering their expertise for the benefit of the state authorities, media, and citizens of the countries of the region that are represented here today. Under my leadership, the mission to Serbia has been supporting the host country in its reform ambitions, working in partnership with domestic institutions and civil society, and promoting their ownership of reform achievements. We have delivered assistance tailored to Serbia's needs and priorities by increasingly applying a cross-cutting approach, and especially on such occasions such as today's conference, fostering regional cooperation. I'm also very grateful to all participants for acknowledging the idea underpinning this project and the substantial efforts that were jointly invested in the organization of this event, and of course for being with us in these next 2 days, which I expect to be thought-stimulating and fruitful. If I recall how my colleagues and I imagined this conference when we started shaping it, I cannot help but noting that the COVID-19 crisis has had a deep impact on its modalities. It is thus of utmost importance that, despite the very challenging circumstances caused by the pandemic, we have managed to find a way to keep alive a platform for multi-stakeholder dialogue on media freedom at the regional level. Focusing now our attention on the mission's endeavor in this field, I'm convinced that our 3-year-long engagement in Serbia's permanent working group for safety of journalists illustrates well the concrete impact that this kind of partnership can have. I would like to seize this opportunity to warmly thank the Republic Public Prosecutor's Office, the Ministry of Interior, and all the journalists and media associations who have worked with us in this process for their constant trust and willingness to cooperate, even at difficult times. The working group is a mechanism that allows those stakeholders to systematically verify that all attacks and threats are properly investigated, improving procedures if needed, and also proposing protection measures when necessary, as well as implementing preventive actions to reinforce the security of journalists. In addition, let me praise its members for their capability to adapt to the new health context and keep working remotely over the past few months. Indeed, our joint efforts can serve as a model of professional and fruitful cooperation between state institutions, civil society, and the international community. And the measure of our success is well illustrated by the fact that the law enforcement authorities and the media and journalist associations have successfully taken ownership of the process we have jointly initiated. I would like to point out now the most remarkable milestones of our cooperation. The mission organized training sessions all over the country for a total of 229 representatives of the law enforcement authorities and the media, who agreed on 26 recommendations on how to further improve the efficiency of this unique mechanism. The mission's engagement in the dialogue between journalists and national authorities has contributed to increasing the mutual trust between the law enforcement authorities and journalists. Above all, it helped raise awareness and the capacities of all parties about the legal framework and international standards on media freedom and journalist safety. As a result of our joint work, the efficiency of investigations conducted by the police and prosecution in the cases of jeopardizing safety of journalists has been significantly strengthened. This is best shown by the data made available by the prosecutor's office, according to which the number of perpetrators of crimes against journalists who have remained unidentified has dropped significantly since the working group was established. From 43%, which was the case in 2016, to 8% in 2018 and 8% in 2019. Although not yet sufficient, this positive trend must be underlined and surely further supported. The mission's overall support towards a healthier media environment based on media freedom, safety of journalists, ethics and professionalism, and media and digital literacy was reconfirmed by the facilitating role we played, upon invitation of the highest Serbian authorities, in the process of drafting the new media strategy. Following its adoption in January 2020, so just before the pandemic erupted, the mission continued to provide expertise and assistance for the development of the strategy's action plan, which is crucial because implementation will be the real mark, which will be marking the degree of success of the strategy. Despite the constraints caused by the pandemic, the mission supported the development of the baseline report for monitoring the progress in the media strategy implementation, and the report, which will be presented tomorrow, includes considerations about the threats to freedom of information posed by the COVID-19 crisis that broke out soon after the adoption of the media strategy. Based on the mission's concrete experiences I have just touched upon, and I could have many more to add to this list, I have come to the conclusion that only together, my favorite Serbian word, zajedno, we can achieve more in terms of growth of media freedom in the region. Indeed, a significant progress in the creation of the preconditions for improving safety of journalists can only be reached through a constructive dialogue involving all stakeholders, mutual understanding and permanent learning. This is one of the key messages we want to be heard during the works of this conference. Although this event predominantly gathers participants from Southeast Europe, the concern for safety of journalists is global, let's be frank. In fact, throughout the OSCE region, journalists are still threatened, attacked, or even killed for their work. To address this problem, during the 2010 OSCE Ministerial Council held in Milan, as it was mentioned, under the Italian chairmanship in office, our 57 participating states adopted a decision on safety of journalists. Even more important than the text itself, you have OSCE, safety of journalists, decision. That is the most important. The decision is a major step forward as it supports all journalists exposed to hardship and working in dangerous conditions. It calls on the participating states to fully implement all OSCE commitments and their international obligations related to freedom of expression and media freedom. And this includes the fight against impunity for crimes against journalists. By organizing this conference, we want to contribute to the implementation of this decision to support the participating states from the region in taking more effective measures to end impunity for crimes committed against journalists. Relevant authorities are expected to promptly react against the threats that journalists and their families are facing. This would indirectly contribute to bolstering the public's trust in independent journalism and in turn foster democracy through unlocking the potential for an open dialogue and an open public dialogue. So dear friends, there is still a lot of hard work ahead of us towards safe and free journalism, that is sure. Those I mentioned before are not goals per se, but guarantee for quality content in public interest, ultimately allowing for a meaningful democratic debate. All parties involved in this complex process should continue building their capacities, develop solidarity ties, and expand their knowledge to become even stronger guardians of journalism and freedom of expression. If our common aim is to end impunity for crimes committed against journalists, it is necessary to ensure accountability as a key element in preventing future attacks. To conclude, I would like to restate that there are no strong democratic societies with weak media. To work for development of trustworthy, free media is to work for one's own freedom in a democratic system. The SE remains ready to assist all its partners in the region in their future reform endeavors, and I believe your participation in this conference is an encouraging step leading us in that direction, and be sure that the mission wants to continue playing a central role in all this, no matter who will be leading that after my departure soon. And I think that adapting to the situation showed how important this is and how effective OSCE can be in keeping alive this essential, crucial debate. Thank you again, and have a great conference. I will continue, of course, following the works, and I'm available for any of participants for exchanges, of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Maurizio, for your remarks and speech. We would also like to wish you all the best in your future endeavors. It has been our pleasure to work with you and your team also in organizing this conference together with all our field operations in the region. Thank you very much again. Great, it's 10 o'clock, so it's time to move on to hear our first keynote speaker. I'm pleased to announce Mr. Patrick Pennings, who will be, as I said, delivering a keynote speech today. Mr. Pennings is head of Council of Europe's Information Society Department. He coordinates standard setting and cooperation activities in fields of media freedom, digital governments, data protection, cybercrime, and artificial intelligence. He's at the same time, I believe, a very well-known face in the media freedom world, and we are really happy to have him today with us. Mr. Pennings, I hope you hear us.
I do, and I hope you can see me as well. Thank you for inviting me. Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. We are not having a theoretical seminar now. We're having a practical seminar. I think it is important that we consider the consequences of the threats to freedom of expression and freedom of the media alongside all maybe the positive developments that may take place. I will try in my input to illustrate what we are doing. So the illustrations that I will be using are only to illustrate my points and are not to be taken as such as an official position of the Council of Europe or myself. But I think when we speak about media freedom and freedom of expression, I think it's also important to be able to rely on what the media does and says.
We cannot hear you.
I was for some reason unmuted for a second. I was saying I will share some slides with you to illustrate my points without them having to be taken as such as positions of the Council of Europe. Just to a reminder, the European Convention on Human Rights turned 70 in November of this year. In 1950, the Convention's drafters could scarcely have believed that with the power of the internet and the social media, everyone could in fact become a publisher, or that podcasts and video blogs produced in one country would be instantly accessible across borders to a global audience. That technological transformation promised to facilitate freedom of expression and the enhancement of democratic freedoms. However, yet, what we are witnessing is also a growing threat to those who speak truth to power, including journalists, and we are also seeing an increasingly disengaged public that is losing the trust in democratic institutions. So what did go wrong? And as I said, I will illustrate that. Can everyone see the PowerPoint now?
We can.
Okay. What I will be talking about in the presentation of 15 minutes is going to be, first of all, trends in media freedom globally and in Europe in particular. Then I'll try to concentrate more on the Western Balkans and Council of Europe responses, with a few words about our cooperation programs in the region and areas in which we could further develop this cooperation. So what do we see in trends in media freedom globally and in Europe? Well, it does not shed a very rosy sight. What we see is that indeed in a number of countries around the world, media freedom and press freedom is problematic, including in Europe and including in the region. The free press is under pressure, and that can come from very different groups and very different settings, both institutional but also private and organized, I would say, criminal groups. We also see that extremism is on the rise in many of our countries. Not in all, but in many of our countries, extremism is on the rise with nationalist and populist approaches, very often attacking the media freedom in the countries concerned. We see that there is an erosion of human rights and the rule of law, and that it's a fight that needs to be fought on a daily level. It needs to be taken care of at a daily level. It's something to be nurtured. We've been already speaking in the introductory speeches about the pandemic. The WHO said that the pandemic has gone side to side with an infodemic, a big disinformation campaign that led people to misunderstand what is happening. And we know that in at least 70 countries have had targeted disinformation campaigns. That also led to a certain level of news avoidance. People turn away from the media, turn to other sources of information, sometimes more and other times less reliable. We also know that disinformation rigs elections, that disinformation brings distrust. And I'd like to just say a few words about this diagram, which puts competence and ethical dimension on one axis, I would say, and where we see that our governments are very often seen as less competent and less ethical than many of the other players. That is an important signal for all of us. The pandemic, we said, also deepens the crisis, where we have seen detentions or arrests of journalists not being allowed to report, attacks on journalists and cartoonists, social media restrictions, legislation change to restrict media freedom, all of that within the light of the pandemic. Fake news also proliferates. Quite a number of stories are being invented in order to either sustain certain theories or dismantle governmental positions. We also see at the same time that the platforms, the internet intermediaries, are taking a more and more prominent role in moderating content. And our states are taking different initiatives to regulate that. We've seen that in many cases, it is not sufficient to let auto-regulation do its job. Values and uncertainty also seem to collide. And in our societies, the complexity of developing policies is not necessarily understood by the public at large, especially when it takes place in opaque circumstances. Press freedom in Europe, I've already announced it, is also problematic. Pluralism, media independence, environment and self-censorship, legislative framework, transparency, infrastructure, abuses lead to a diverse picture of the media landscape in Europe. And that does not only concern Southeast Europe, it concerns many countries including of the European Union. In the Council of Europe, we have a platform to promote the protection of journalists and the safety of journalists, where we see that currently 115 journalists are within the Council of Europe territory are under detention. There's a number of cases, high number of cases of impunity for murder, and many alerts already in 2020, 133 alerts in 29 countries. Some of them being responded to, very little being resolved. We organize that according to a number of criteria and according to the severity of what is happening. Attacks on the physical safety, detention and imprisonment, harassment and intimidation, impunity, and other acts that have a chilling effect on media freedom. Obviously, and maybe fortunately, this is the highest number and not any of the other numbers that we see here. If we focus on the Western Balkans and Southeast Europe, the picture there is also diverse, but when it comes to the ranking, we are more or less in a similar landscape, where press freedom in the Western Balkans, according to the Reporters Without Borders, is decreasing in a number of the countries concerned. The Western Balkan countries have had an issue with media freedom. Misuse of power, corruption, discrimination, criminal activity or human rights violations have become to light as a direct result of work of investigative journalists, and the freedom of the media and the free and unhindered exercise of journalism are essential and keep being essential in a democratic society. However, propaganda is also influencing opinions, namely in relation to the coronavirus. Disinformation sharpens tensions amongst countries. Public service media is being threatened. Elections are being contested. According to media imbalance, pressure on voters, blurring lines between state and party activities, and the misuse of public sources. Media freedom is also under attack. I'm taking these as examples coming from the press from the region. Traditional threats to media freedom and independence, therefore, persist also amongst the Western Balkans. As I said, this is not only within the Western Balkans, but it's a tendency that we unfortunately perceive throughout Europe and throughout the Council of Europe member states. They're not equal everywhere. We also know that. We need to be able to give a diversified picture of what is happening. I'm just highlighting the threats to media freedom and independence here with the high rate of hate speech, often coming from, unfortunately, politicians and addressing precisely the media. Political influence over media regulatory authorities, the lack of transparency of media ownership, the poor quality of investigative journalism, the weak mechanisms to support media associations, the targeted attacks on online media, and the partial and inconsistent implementation of the legislative framework, which, in addition, is not always aligned to the European standards. Therefore, as Council of Europe, we try to respond to that and assist and cooperate with our member state to change their policy, legislation, and practice to effectively protect and promote freedom of expression and media freedom according to the Council of Europe standards. We do that in what we call a triangular format. That is, we ensure that on the one side, we develop new standards when they are requested, we monitor, we survey what is happening on the spot, but also provide assistance programs that help our states to be able to deal with those things. And there, one of the monitoring elements is the annual report by the Secretary General, who looks into freedom of expression in one of the chapters on legal guarantees for freedom of expression, on the safety of journalists, on media independence, on media pluralism, but also on freedom of expression on the internet. When it comes to protecting journalists, there is a number of standards that we have developed, namely the recommendation on safety of journalists and the guidelines to states on how to promote and to protect journalism, promoting media pluralism, protecting and recommendation on media pluralism and the transparency of media ownership, the roles and responsibilities of internet intermediaries. We need to provide a certain guidance on those because the courts are also grappling with how to interpret, in the light of all of these developments, grappling with how to interpret certain legislation that is very often devised in a period where the internet and the social media were not necessarily of that prominence. But we also look at the journalistic side, and some say sustaining quality journalism, sustaining ethical journalism. Therefore, we need to provide a certain financial sustainability. We need to create a favorable environment for quality journalism in the digital age. We need to tackle disinformation. And in order to do so, we need to create, first of all, a favorable environment for quality journalism. We need to also look at the responsibilities and the roles of the internet intermediaries. But we also need to look at the role of the public at large. The civil society has a role to play and we cannot give all the responsibilities to the state or the media landscape itself. Also, our citizens have a role to play. We also have a recommendation on the human rights impacts of algorithmic systems and increasingly working on the need to address hate speech and enhance digital governance in this context. We also need to do that by enhancing policy dialogue. We are planning a major ministerial conference on artificial intelligence and intelligent politics, the challenges and opportunities for media and democracy, where we will look at the implications of AI-driven tools, the action to be taken to protect journalists, media literacy for all, media freedom, regulation and trust, and also the impact of the COVID-19 crisis. Since that is the topic of tomorrow, I will not be going into that now more deeply. What do we do in terms of cooperation? And I know that we have many legal professionals amongst the participants today. We have a major project called Freedom of Expression and Freedom of the Media in Southeast Europe, which focuses on the promotion of freedom of expression and freedom of the media in line with European standards, with a special focus on the protection of journalists, primarily targeted to legal professionals, media regulatory authorities, and other media actors. Of course, in light of the crisis, we have also had to develop distant training programs. 2 of them are online on the protection and safety of journalists and on freedom of expression. And that is being taken up quite largely by the legal professionals as such. What are then the potential, to conclude my talk, what are the potential areas for cooperation? That is internet and freedom of expression online, information disorder, gender and media, hate speech, artificial intelligence, data protection, just to name but a few. I think I gave you a lot of information, and of course, A lot of this can also be found on our thematic sources and resources and our Facebook page. And I would only like to thank you now for your attention. And I hope to have been a little bit enlightening about some of the issues that are to come about.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pennings, for your presentation and for sharing all these slides with us. I'm sure that our participants will find it definitely useful in today's discussions. Dear colleagues, I don't want to waste too much of your time, precious time today. But before we move on to our first panel, let me just very quickly again recall that this event is live streamed at our webpage and also recorded. Recorded materials will be partially used by the news agency and also distributed to other media outlets. Also, and I see that you're sticking to what I announced this morning, and thank you very much for that. All your microphones and cameras need to be disabled at all times except when you're given the floor. We would like to have this event as interactive as possible, so please do engage. After each of our panel sessions, we will have some time for your questions, for discussion, and for comments. Participants who wish to take the floor and make a statement or pose a question can request it by using the Zoom chat function, contacting the host floor request. Then the moderator will give you the floor. And when given the floor, you can proceed to unmute yourself and enable the camera. Alternatively, if you want only to pose a written question, you can do so by using a Zoom chat function, contacting the host Q&A request. Then the moderator will take up these anonymous questions to the speakers. As my colleagues already informed you several times, we have simultaneous interpretation from local languages into English and English into local languages. But unfortunately, due to specific Zoom restrictions, we were unable to arrange interpretation of local languages into each other. At the bottom of your screen, you will see a small globe representing these languages. Kindly note that Serbian is shown as Japanese, Macedonian as Spanish, and Albanian as Chinese. In case of any technical problems, please feel free to get in touch with the chat function called ICT. That being said, I would like to announce our first panel titled Opportunities and Challenges in Establishing an Efficient National Mechanism for Protection of Journalists, Serbia and the Netherlands Working Groups for Safety of Journalists. This panel will be moderated by our colleague, Ms. Gordana Jankovic. Gordana is head of the media department at the OSCE mission to Serbia. Prior to her current post, she worked for over 2 decades in the Open Society Foundation and served as the director of the Program on Media Policy, Law, Self-Regulation, Freedom of Expression, Media Development, and Investigative Journalism for over 80 countries. Gordana, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Adis. I want to greet everyone and say that I'm really happy to be able to moderate the first session. We have heard very comprehensively the problems journalism is facing today, so I won't go into the repetition, but it's obvious from all of the discussions until now or speeches that international organizations are recognizing the strategic need for addressing the development of journalism and specifically the role of journalists himself, herself in this process and the safety of journalists as an issue. You have heard already that there are lots of new decisions or declarations in different international intergovernmental organizations that are reaffirming relevant commitments to human rights and free expressions. So how are the national responses playing off and how are they addressing the situation in different countries. We will be listening today from 3 different country perspectives, from Serbia, from the Netherlands, and from North Macedonia. We will be also hearing from different stakeholders' perspectives, all of this. And I'm very, very pleased to introduce the panel. We will have Mr. Branko Stamenković, Deputy Public Prosecutor of the Republic of Serbia and member of the Permanent Working Group on Safety of Journalists. Branko is also a special prosecutor for high-tech crime of Serbia, specialized in cyber and internet-related crime cases. About the situation in the Netherlands and their response, we will be hearing from a journalist, Mr. Peter Tervelde, security coordinator of the Dutch Broadcasting Corporation and press safety. In addition to this post and dealing with safety on that level, Mr. Tervelde is also very much active in actually teaching and sharing knowledge, raising awareness through different initiatives of the Association of Editors-in-Chief, Dutch Associations of Journalists, but also on the broader level, for example, at the level of European Broadcasting Union. Mr. Tervelde is also a journalist, very prominent journalist that have reported from various conflicts around the world for a long time. And I'll just mention few conflicts that he was able to report on during his career: Israel, Palestine, Iraq, Egypt, Lebanon, Haiti, Indonesia, and Afghanistan. The last, but definitely not the least, is Mr. Tony Angelovski. He's an Assistant Minister for Public Relations in the Ministry of Interior, North Macedonia. So he will be able to speak about this perspective of the police in dealing with safety of journalists, specifically because he is also in the ministry where he had joined in 2016. He serves as the contact point for the associations of journalists of North Macedonia on the issues related to safety of journalists. So I will not take more time. I would prefer to have a really proper debate on the models that we will be hearing about. One very, very short warm-up question for all 3 participants would be, can you describe the situation with freedom of expression and safety of journalists in your country, and what are the most worrisome developments in this area? Very, very briefly. Can I please ask Mr. Stamenković to share his concern as a citizen, basically, with the quality of information, public debate that is present in Serbia, that led to creation of this working group?
Good morning, everyone. I hope that you can see and hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you for that. First of all, I would like to greet you on behalf of the Republic Public Prosecution Office of Serbia, and also on behalf of the Republic Public Prosecutor, Mrs. Zagorka Dolovac. We are considering the work in the Permanent Working Group for the Protection of the Journalists as one of the paramount goals and paramount activities of the Republic Public Prosecution Office. And for the last 4 years, we were actively involved, and we are, of course, still actively involved in the activities of this group. I can give you brief comments in my behalf as the Deputy Republic Prosecutor, not as a citizen. I would like to do that on some other occasion, but here I'm in my professional and official capacity. So I believe that in this moment, the situation regarding the safety of the journalists in Serbia is rather good, and that the activities which are undertaken and undergoing through the Permanent Working Group are the ones who are significantly adding to this security and to this possibility for the journalists to freely perform their duties. Of course, this angle is on the number of occasions under the scrutiny of the different opinions and the different positions from other stakeholders in this area. But however, when we see and when we observe the data which is in the reports coming from the reports of the public prosecution and the police, but the public prosecution records are the ones who are probably more complex and more containing of the data, we can see that the number of the cases, the actions which are undertaken, and also what His Excellency Ambassador Orizio noted, the number of the unknown perpetrators in this area of the criminality is rapidly decreasing. I can say that in accordance to the data for 2020, we, between the January 1st and the June 30th of this year, we have zero unknown perpetrators in this area. So that means that everyone was, every person under the suspicion that he or she committed a crime against the journalist in any capacity of doing hers or his job, that he or she was discovered and processed in accordance to the Criminal Procedural Code. That point is a point where a number of the differences is coming into the light. On one hand, we have expectancies from the certain parts of the journalists' circles, so to say, where any kind of the development, any kind of the event which is non-wanting, unpleasant, or a criminal one is reported as a criminal act, which on the other hand cannot be always be in the relation with the criminal code of my country and of course with the following proceedings under the Criminal Procedural Code. So we have that, so to say, disbalance in some of the cases where the expectations are different than the legal possibilities. And thus we have a number of the debates in that area, which from one point we have the requests that a certain pool of the suspects, let's say, are going to be prosecuted and convicted. But on the other hand, the state of the evidence, in that case, the state of the legal norms which can be applied on that case in the criminal field, criminal law field, cannot be applied with that kind of the expectations and that kind of the ending. And thus we have a differences in the approaches to that kind of the problem and problematics. So within the working group, we are trying to find a solution for that. And I hope that in upcoming period, we are going to be able to more proactively find a solution which is going to put the complete understanding on what's the pressure, what's the criminal act of the endangerment of the safety, what's the misdemeanor in that area, or what can be a civil litigation for the defamation or similar kind of the acts.
Thank you very much. Yes, I will ask now Mr. Tervelde also to join us on the same question. What is the situation with the freedom of expression and safety of journalists in your country, in the Netherlands, please?
Yes, good morning. Good morning to you all. I wanted to say it's nice to see you all, but I don't see anyone at the moment, which is a shame. But I understood that next time I will be invited to come to Belgrade, so that's a good thing for me. Yeah, the situation in the Netherlands, of course, officially, everything is well arranged for journalists. There's media freedom, there's press freedom, freedom of expression, etc. So but that's the official line from the government in law. Everything works fine and should work fine. Let me give you one example of what we are dealing with in the recent month. And that has all to do also with this conference, that we don't see each other because of COVID. What we see here in the Netherlands, and I heard it earlier this morning about the conspiracy theories, etc. A lot of people here in the Netherlands, they believe in all this kind of conspiracy theories. They have demonstrations. And during these demonstrations, so the media is present there and they are attacking the media in the streets. Most of the time verbally, but also trying to destruct cameras, microphones, etc. That's kind of a new reality here in the Netherlands, unfortunately. It was a shock to see 2 years ago, there was a big research here amongst all journalists and media organizations in the Netherlands, that 61% of the journalists said that they had to deal with aggression, violence, online attacks, etc. 61%. And then we talk about my good and nice Netherlands, where there's democracy, where all the freedom is guaranteed. But the majority of journalists, unfortunately, have to deal with aggression and violence, whether it be online or in the streets during demonstrations or whatever. So that was for us the start to bring 4 organizations together. It was the Society of Chief Editors, the Union of Journalists, the Prosecutor's Office and Police. And these 4 organizations made a protocol to protect journalists more. So let me briefly say what the protocol is, very briefly. One, when journalists file a complaint at a police station, they have a preferred position. So that means that police immediately follows up. They immediately contact the prosecutor's office and they immediately take steps to deal with this complaint. The prosecutor's office says, well, when people will go to court, we will ask for a 200% penalty. So that means that gives a signal to society that you don't mess with journalists. So stay away from journalists. They're free to do that. They have to be free to do their work, etc. Interesting, this week, for the first time, we have a big court case here in the Netherlands. 25 people are now in court because they attacked a female journalist online. She's black and she is a woman. So you can imagine what happened online. So it was racist, it was sexist, it was everything. Well, we talk about this later in the conference about online attacks on female journalists, but that's exactly what happens now this week with this court case, and that's a groundbreaking court case here in the Netherlands. So prosecutor's office, police have taken steps. We as media have taken steps as well. I've written safety plans for all journalists. We train journalists for all types of violence and aggression. And so hopefully step by step, the situation will be better, hopefully.
Thank you very much for the beginning, yes. Now we would also like to hear what is the situation in North Macedonia, and we call on Mr. Angelovski to come to the conference, unmute himself and let us see him, please.
Good afternoon from Skopje. This should be a short answer or my speech?
It should be a short answer to start with, and then your speech will be the second one.
Okay. I'm glad that I can say that we are in North Macedonia. We have a better situation than it was before 2016. We improve a lot. I think that we can now talk about free media, And I, just to start my video, excuse me.
Yes, please, thank you.
And I must say that I was a journalist before 2016, and that is my advantage. I know this perspective and those perspectives. So when I came to MOI, I put my effort to do everything to improve this situation. And in speech, we will talk about those what we achieve in North Macedonia. Yes, of course, we are not perfect. We are Balkan, but in the Balkan, I think that North Macedonia is in maybe the best situation.
Thank you very much. Now I will ask also everyone to talk about the national mechanisms that were developed to reflect on the relationship between the prosecution, police, and journalists in each society. Those are complex relationships, often tensed. We would like to understand what are the ways to cooperate, to achieve positive changes and ensure freedom of the media and improve safety of journalists. Could you please talk about the experiences and processes your countries have set up to deal with this? I would also go back to Mr. Stamenkovic, and I would call Mr. Tervelde and Mr. Angelovski to stay non-muted and with the video on, so at least we can see each other on the panel. Mr. Stamenkovic, please.
Thank you. I'm not going to mention how we cooperate before one significant event which occurred in 2016, because the regular cooperation between the prosecution police and the journalist and the journalist association was occurring in the period before that. But however, in 2016, in December, the Republic Public Prosecution Office, Ministry of the Interior, and 7 major journalist and media associations signed a memorandum of understanding and cooperation for the purpose of increasing the safety of the journalists. And with that memorandum, with that treaty, so to say, we agree that we are going to cooperate more intensively and more directly, that we are going to form a permanent working group with the high representatives of the signing parties, and that the permanent working group is going to be basically in the permanent contact. We agree that we are going to have a number of the regular meetings throughout the year, but however, the possibility for the irregular, meaning the extraordinary meetings of the group was allowed as well. And so far we had around 18 meetings from 2017, because basically in 2017 the working group started to actually work. And taking into the concern that for almost a year, part of the signing parties froze their participation in the group because of the one position toward one of the events which occurred here in Belgrade. However, after that freezing of the membership, I mean the work in the group, we continued to work. And my opinion is that with that kind of the mechanism, when we know who is representing the journalists and the media associations, when we know how to communicate with them, when they know how to communicate with us, that the level of the communication is on the constant rise. And now we are in that position that the representatives of the media associations and the journalist associations are in the position and the possibility to directly contact the highest representatives of the public prosecution and the police, but also through the system of the contact points, which is established in the whole country. In the Ministry of the Interior, we have 27 contact points for each police subdirectorate on one of the sub-territories within the Serbia. And the public prosecution, in the public prosecution, we have 4 big contact points within the appellate public prosecution, each consisting of 3 deputy appellate public prosecutors. The telephones, emails, other means of the communication are exchanged. So basically that means that in the moment when something wrong happens, journalists, they have an opportunity to directly and immediately report that to us, and we are in the position to react within the minutes. And that kind of the reaction is happening. No matter what is presented lately from some participants in the public life of the Serbia, it's not standing correct that we are ignorant towards the criminal complaints, events, or any kind of the misdoings against the journalists in Serbia. On the contrary, we are active 24/7 with regards to this protection and with regards to the proceedings. And I think that the results are within these 4 years are showing that I am pretty much right. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tenvelde, what is the way, how you have established the mechanism, what caused this in 2018 as a new attempt to address the safety? I understood you when I visited the association last year that this is a mechanism that is a repeat from 80s.
Yeah, so what we did, we founded an organization last year, which is called Press Safety. And the 4 organizations that I talked about earlier, so the Prosecutor's Office, Police, the Union of Journalists, and the Society of Chief Editors are all in this organization. I'm leading that organization. I'm the manager of the organization now. So it means also, the previous speaker said something about it, the lines with police and the prosecutor's office are very short. So it means that when journalists say, there was violence, there was aggression, what do I do? Do I have to go to police? Can you advise me? Can you help me? But because police and prosecutor's office are in our organization, it's for me very simple to contact them, make one phone call, and so I can help the journalist in finding a complaint or whatever he has to do, what police advises or prosecutor's office is advising. So it means for journalists it's easier to get help. We founded Press Safety officially in November 2019. I counted this morning that we are almost there, that we have 100 journalists here in the Netherlands who said that they had to deal with aggression and violence and who asked for help and said, listen, doesn't this happen to me? What do I have to do next? How can you help me, etc. So that's basically what we do. And of course, trainings, courses to journalists to help them to deal with aggression and violence. We are in the process now of a online training to deal with online harassment that will be published in October, and to help especially female journalists, what I said previously, to protect their social media accounts, but also how to deal with aggression when you are attacked online. So in this way, we try a couple of things. One is that from police and prosecutor's office, they say, leave journalists alone. So we want to help and to help journalists and also in court when it comes to court. So in the hope that the public that is attacking journalists, that they will calm down and that they see that it doesn't make sense to attack journalists. That's the first thing we want. The second thing is that journalists are more aware what they are dealing with when they go out in the streets, when they go to demonstrations, when they go to certain neighborhoods. In the past, it was easy, just you told in the introduction, I'm a former journalist and now only dealing with safety. But in the past, it was really normal here in the Netherlands to go to a certain neighborhood and to make a story there. Nowadays, you have to prepare yourself before you go to certain neighborhoods. You have to know where do I go when something goes wrong? Where do I park my car? Do I make myself known as a journalist, yes or no? Or do I come with a big camera, with a small camera? Where's the nearby police station when something goes wrong, etc. We make it very practical trainings for journalists, how to prepare themselves to go to neighborhoods or demonstrations, etc. So awareness among journalists that the time has changed. It's not like 5 or 10 years ago anymore. The time has changed, the public has changed, the people have changed, and journalists have to deal with it. We hope, of course, that there will be a change in society, but that's, I'm afraid, a long-term objective.
I will just ask one sub-question, which is interesting to me. The processes of allowing journalists to report. You have an app, if I'm not mistaken. You have developed something that helps journalists, and also you provide psychological help that the other two countries, from what I know now, until now, they don't yet. So
psychological help?
Psychological help and the process of asking for support.
Yeah. Well, the process is for journalists when they are attacked is very easy. We have a website. Journalists more and more know how to find us. So they go to the website, fill in a short form, and then we get it and we immediately reply to them. So that's very easy way for journalists to get in contact when they need help, or when they need help, or when they just want to report that they had to deal with aggression. And of course, well, psychological help, let's say in the past, it was journalists, let's say until 15, 20 years ago, to ask even as an employee for psychological help, it was weird. That it was not done almost. Nowadays, it has completely changed. The attacks, for instance, on female journalists online are so huge that what I saw with, I talked to several female journalists, that they had complaints compared to PTSD after they were harassed online. Let me give you one example. There was one female journalist. She had she was at a demonstration. She had a live event on Facebook, so she didn't say anything. She just showed the demonstration, and she was attacked by 8,000 people. And so when she came home, she saw all these comments on her video, 8,000, and so she got afraid. She felt alone. She felt abandoned. She didn't hear anything from her employer. She was afraid to go out in the streets, etc. And I saw on her when we talked, she had a kind of PTSD, a kind of complaint. So yes, psychological help is very important to, after you have been attacked or after you had the kind of experiences that were so bad that that you need help.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Angelovsky, how what is the mechanism that you have developed like in North Macedonia, and how are you working with journalists, please?
Thank you. I'm proud to say that in the Republic of North Macedonia, in the last few years, we have made great progress in this field. More precisely, from the situation before 2017, when journalists were frequent targets of attacks and also a frequent target of the police also, which attacks most often were unresolved, as well as without punishment for the perpetrators. From that situation, we came to a situation when attacks on journalists are real rarity, which of course required above all political will and a lot of work from us, from journalists, and also from OSCE. Also, I would like to emphasize the role of the OSCE mission to Skopje and the Association of Journalists of Macedonia, with whom we have worked in partnership in this field in recent years, and came to result that we, as the Ministry of Interior, are proud of, and we have recognition for that from journalists and journalistic organizations. This progress also was noted in the report of the European Commission, of which we are especially proud. Of course, we can always do better, and we will continue to work in this field in the future to improve and, of course, to have better results. After the change of the government in 2017 and the democratization of the country, ended the period when anyone could attack and intimidate journalists without taking responsibility for that. And after Mr. Oliver Spasovski came as a minister in the Ministry of Interior, it was made clear that any threat to the work of the journalist will not be tolerated. And if anyone dares to attack a journalist, he will be held responsible for that. The facts show that since then, while the Ministry of Interior is under the leadership of Mr. Oliver Spasovski, there has not been a single unsolved physical attack on a journalist. Such an attitude contributed to a drastic reduction in the number of attacks, which have been reduced to a minimum. Unfortunately, in the first half of 2020, in the period of the so-called technical government, we had that system with technical government before the election, when the Ministry of Interior was under the leadership of the party that was in power before 2017, we had a slight deterioration, but now things are back to normal and we continue in the right direction. It took a lot of effort to achieve such results. At the beginning, we completely opened the Ministry of Interior for the journalists, signed a memorandum of cooperation with the Associations of Journalists of Macedonia, and with joint work and cooperation, we aim to improve the situation. As Assistant Minister of Public Relations, I was appointed as the person in charge of responding immediately to any problems that journalists may have, such as overcoming the problems of where and when media workers can record articles, news, because in the previous period, journalists and police saw each other as enemies. And I am also responsible for reporting physical attacks on them. In cooperation with the OSCE mission and the Association of Journalists of Macedonia, we have developed a guide book on the safety of journalists while reporting during critical events, in order to drastically and qualitatively improve the situation in the area of smooth and safe performance of the journalistic profession. The guide book primarily is intended to identify risks and avoid attacks on journalists, especially when they are reporting of high-risk events. Also, to clarify the procedures and legal competences of the Ministry of Interior, public prosecutor, in order to provide greater protection to journalists. The development of this guide book was preceded by 6 workshops on safety of journalists while reporting during critical events, freedom of expression, and improving communication between journalists and the police. Workshops were attended by journalists, photo reporters, as well as members of the Ministry of Interior, where they shared experience and located points where it is necessary to improve the cooperation. These workshops contributed a lot to getting to know each other and overcoming the barriers between the journalists and the police, because before 2016 we were enemies. Journalists from one side, police from the other side. One of the primary tasks and duties of the institution of the system, more precisely of those who have been given a mandate to rule, is to constantly work on creating a quality environment for achieving all the conditions important for the functioning of the media, and to communicate and cooperate with the media. The interest as well as the benefit is common, and more significantly for the media, journalists.
We lost you. we'll have to move along.
And institution and for the public. We are directed to. It's okay now. Consequently, we are directed to each other, public, to continuously build cooperation, relations, and communications that will produce quality and accurate presentation, more precisely loudness in our institutional functioning, which will provide even greater security and smooth conditions to practice journalism without tricks, violence, and any obstacles that would be a problem for any medium or journalist. We, as the Minister of Interior, together with our partners, continue to work in this field in the future in order to achieve even better results.
Thank you very much. I have a next question coming, but I would first like to ask everybody who is interested in asking questions to put at the Q&A request and send the questions in advance. That will be the easiest way to actually start taking the questions from the from all of the audience participants, but you can also, of course, be called to ask the question directly. So we'll continue with the third question, which I think it's rather interesting. Now, when everybody is trying to cooperate and there are established mechanisms, you meet relatively regularly. Trainings have been provided to both journalists, to all, actually, all participants, journalists, police, prosecutors. What is the situation with the journalists, prosecutors, and police officers' understanding of each other's mandates and duties? What needs to be done to improve this understanding and make them seriously work better together? We kind of are under the impressions that it's, despite of all of the efforts to cooperate, not everybody in the process understand each other sufficiently. Would you like to start, Mr. Tervelde, since you're a journalist from this side this time?
Well, it's an interesting question because we started here in the Netherlands in November last year, so that is now for 10 months, and so of course we had to deal with journalists who came to a police station, and he said, so the journalist said, listen, I'm a journalist and there's this organization, Press Safety, you have to give me a preferred position. I was attacked, and that the police officer said, listen, I've never heard about it. Never heard about Press Safety, never heard about the protocol, never heard about the things that were, so I also told journalists this, I mean, we not.
We have lost you. It's better now. It's good. Just to unmute. Please ask. That's it. So now.
Now again, yeah.
Yeah, please.
So now I don't know when you lost me. Well, so not every police officer in the Netherlands knows about the protocol. This has to grow within the police organization, and it will come. So I'm not too much worried about that. Of course, several things can still be done better, but it's a matter of time. The good thing is the cooperation is there within our organization, Press Safety. It is there when something comes up. For instance, a journalist comes to a police station. Police doesn't know anything about Press Safety. This journalist comes to me. I call my police contact within Police Safety. He calls the police station, says, "Listen, there is a protocol. There's a memorandum, etc. You have to deal with it." So. It's a matter of time until everyone knows about it.
Mm. And so journalists aware of the protocols they need to follow?
That's my responsibility to the media organizations as well. Yeah, true. everyone knows about it still. But this is also a matter of time until everyone knows, because more and more journalists come to me and come to press safety. So this is also a matter of time through publicity, all kinds of social media accounts, etc. Work within the media organizations to do some marketing in there. So that's also a matter of time.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Mr. Stamenkovic, you have worked quite hard in introducing the new protocols to all three sides as a permanent working group, lots of trainings done. How much are we changing towards the mutual understanding and better cooperation? What needs to be done further to improve it?
It's a $1 million question.
Yeah, I know.
Regarding the prosecution, of course, the things are not perfect. I'm not the one who is going to say we are completely fine and shiny and we know everything and we know how to go through every single situation which is out there in the field. However, we are trying really our best, especially here in the Public Prosecution Office, to streamline the proceedings of our colleagues in the lower level of the prosecutions in Serbia. That's why Public Prosecutor rendered the mandatory instruction already in 2015, in which the urgency in the conducting the proceedings in this area, meaning when the journalist is the one as the victim, meaning the aggrieved party has to be in place in the public prosecution offices. And now we are, thanks to the work of the permanent working group, working on the amended mandatory instruction, which is going to even more narrowly and more precisely go into this subject matter. But however, I believe that we need to work more as the public prosecutors and as the public prosecution, that we need to train more our colleagues, especially out of the major centers here in Serbia where the media is majorly present. It's not a problem in Belgrade, Novi Sad, Kragujevac, Niš, major cities here in Serbia, where the number of the media, both the classical one and online ones, are present, to have an awareness amongst the public prosecutors how to deal with these cases. But however, I feel that we are lacking that kind of the feasibility in the lower ranking officers and offices in partially remote parts of the country. So we will work on that together with our counterparts and international organizations. And we're hoping that the journalist associations are going to help us with that as well. On the other hand, I believe that there is a significant part of the work what can be done by the journalist associations. I feel the lack of the understanding, and lately there is one notion which is pretty much at least under the question mark here in the public prosecution, if not making even a bigger impact. And that is the notion that whatever public prosecution together with police does regarding the protection of the journalists, with some parts of the journalists society circles, however you want to call it, that's not going to be recognized and that's not going to be commended. It's simply going to stay there without almost any comment. And even in some situations, as I mentioned before, we are going to be unduly criticized for not doing anything. And we are doing so much of the things, trying at least to do so much things together. So we still have a path to go. It's not a perfect world. We need to improve. Journalists, they need to improve as well. But the important thing is that the table is open and that we have the framework and that we have the way how to communicate and how to agree, that we agree or disagree on certain topics, and how to continue further on to make a better environment. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Angelovsky, you had the chance to actually see the both sides of the coin. How much you as a journalist knew about the mandate of the police and what did you have to learn a lot when you joined in terms of mandates and structures and procedures, and how are you trying, what are the ways to improve that understanding between the three professions, basically? You have to unmute, please.
Okay, now. Unfortunately, I was one of the journalists who has been attacked by the police 8 years ago. So I know the both
sides.
Yes, yes. And unfortunately, the state did not react then, and I should wait for the justice from Strasbourg. But I should say that if you want to do something, first you need political will. If you have political will, not just words, but to do something, then you will succeed. I have open hands to do everything what I think is good to improve this situation. And I think with these workshops, when we talk with journalists, policemen with the journalists, they don't look each other like enemies. That is the real result you can wait from these activities. So when I came to MOI, I have a question: who do you work for MOI or for the journalists? But now things are changed, and I think now that we have a very good cooperation with the journalists. We are every day with everyday contacts. We prepare activities for improve the situation, and they should say also from their perspective. But when we have activities together, they are clear that are satisfied from our role.
Thank you. Before I post another, probably the last question from me, I want to remind you again that after the initial part of the debate is over, we would like you to ask questions, provide comments, maybe provide experiences from another side as well. So please, the audience, feel free to go and ask questions. The last question for me would be in the following way. Although the legal framework on safety of journalists exists in all European countries, including our region, of course, the implementation often presents a problem. The digital developments as the real-life situations are also often suggesting that a legal framework does not always cover all of the today's challenging faced by journalists. We were talking hate crime, there were discussions of the racial, from Mr. Tervel, the racial cases, etc., racially problematic cases. We were talking about development of new rules of functioning in the digital world, where the information and the debate is differently positioning each participant in the process. So does this present a challenge when it comes to the existing legislation? And what would you, in your opinion, be adequate response to the situation with the legal framework? Who would like to go first? Mr. Angelovsky, Mr. Stamenkovic.
If you want Mr. Angelovsky to start, by all means.
No, it would be lovely if you could. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So I think that at this moment we are Serbia is one of the rare countries to have a specific criminal act in which the journalists are the especially protected as the possible victims, and that's the criminal act of the endangerment of the safety, where specifically the persons who are doing the public job, public duty of the information of the public are the ones who are a protected object, so to say, in legal terms. So criminal law wise, I think that we are rather here in a good position. I'm not entering other fields of the law in my country where probably some additional effort can be put, you know, to more precisely define all the levels of the needs for the protection of the safety of the journalism and the media reporting. However, one thing is crossing my mind, and we do have problem that in the practice, especially when we are talking about the digital area, digital field of the informations. And we discussed that at length at the permanent working group. And that's basically for us, the lawyers, especially the ones who are specialized in the criminal field of the law, the definition of the journalist. That thing is giving us probably the headaches, because it's rather easy to define who is a journalist in accordance to the law on the public informations. Here in Serbia, regarding the desk, regarding the newspapers, the media, the editor-in-chief, and so forth and so on. But and of course, those people, they can get the press IDs, they can have the confirmations from their respective desks, and so forth and so on. However, when we enter the online area, yes, we are aware that the Council of Europe had a certain, so to say, definitions, not the strict definitions, but better to say explanations of who can be considered as a journalist online. But however, comparing that to the criminal field of the work, criminal law, that does not cut in completely. And why is that? A very wide area of the putting of the object of the protection in the criminal law, which is very narrow, very specific, and very strictly defined, can be a source of the problem. Because we need to know exactly who is protected object, who is the person who enjoys the protection of the criminal apparatus, criminal law, criminal suppression, crime suppression apparatus of the state. It is as it is. If we don't know that, then we can have a problem to dedicate our resources to the protection of the right persons. And then again, there is one additional question, and I'm going to finish with that. Within this, there is no state in the world, and I repeated that on the meetings of the permanent working group, even the ones who are economically strongest in the world, who can organize state authorities in that number, meaning the police officers, the prosecutors, and the courts, who are going to be able in huge numbers, I mean in thousands or even in 10,000s, to cover all persons who are considering themselves as the journalists, and then claiming that they are victims as the journalists and asking for a special protection. Simply, that is not economically feasible, because if on one side we have that anyone who publishes any kind of the information on the internet is considered as a journalist, that means that that person is going to have the special protection. That means that we have to have a huge number of the police officers, prosecutors, and other logistics in place to do only that. And we already received a number of the not yet public but still complaints from other professions. Mm-hmm. Why this profession is having that much of the attention and we are not getting that on the level like they do. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you. Mr. Tervelde, do you define in your experience and your work the journalist? Do you use a definition, and how would you respond to this question, whether all of the acts that are taking place against safety of journalists, are they all covered adequately in the laws of the Netherlands?
Yeah, I very much agree. What is a journalist? Of course, we didn't write it down, who is a journalist and who is not, because then you put yourself in a spider's web, because there are a lot of people here also in the Netherlands, of course, who are publishing or on internet, on YouTube and whatever, and they call themselves journalists, but we know they are not. Sometimes they are activists or whatever they are doing. So we didn't define it, but that means also police and the prosecutor's office, we look at it case by case. And when we decide, okay, someone says he's a journalist, he got attacked, but we don't view him as a journalist because maybe he's an activist or whatever he is, then we just don't give that extra protection that other journalists get. So I very much agree, but that's also the reason why we didn't define it, because then all these people will come to us and say, listen, I'm a journalist as well, and we don't want to have that discussion here. On the legal stuff, especially online, is what you mean? The online protection by law?
Yes, and all of the challenges that we are facing now that are deriving from the digital developments.
Yeah.
No.
Well, by law, it is very difficult. That's why for us this court case this week with 25 people who are going to court because they attacked a female journalist. For us, it's groundbreaking and it will be very interesting to see what the decision of the judge will be at the end, because then we have for the first time a journalist who gets protected after being attacked online. The protection by law, because the protection by law, it's very complicated, and I'm sure you all know. I mean, if I will write you an email this afternoon, and I will tell you, I hope you will. No, I will write you. You should be killed tomorrow. It's wish thinking, and a wish of mine is not punishable. So all these attacks online, especially the female, you should be raped, you should be killed, you should be this and should be that. It's all not punishable. So the law it's very difficult to prosecute people because of Dutch law. What's very much more interesting, I think, is that already for a couple of years, we as a few media organizations are talking to the big tech companies like Facebook, Google, Twitter, etc., to see what they can do to protect journalists. And I'm sure that will be more important for the years to come, because we are talking already for a couple of years with them through a safety organization in London. So hopefully that will be a start to protect journalists more. But also for Facebook, also for Twitter, it's also for them, it's hard to say who's a journalist and who's not. So that's why we have these discussions with them. So we will see how that ends.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Angelovski, what is the situation in Macedonia when it comes to this? Legal coverage, legal protection, are the laws adjusted to the new environment for media and journalists' work when it's in a digital sphere a lot? Do you define journalists?
Unfortunately, that is a problem also in North Macedonia, because everybody can say that he's a journalist. But that is not our job, because we like MOI cannot involve in that. That is a job for the Association of Journalists, and I know that they have negotiations with the government to improve in this situation and to find solution for that. I'm not sure that they will find that very quickly, because that is a huge problem. But we, like Ministry of Interior, are doing everything to do everything for any people, not just the journalists. If there are threats, online threats, then we have a special sector for that, and doing everything to solve those problems. We cooperate with Facebook, Twitter, and other social media. So we are doing everything to solve, but I cannot say that we are 100% successful.
Thank you very much. We are moving now to the questions from the audience. I have an interesting one, which is from Serbia, but I think it can be basically the question for all of you. How much of this work that you're doing with journalists and prosecution is actually known in public? How much is this transparent, and is there anything that needs further communication and promotion of this work? How do you share statistical data? How do you communicate with the public? Again, I would ask who wants to go first?
Okay, if
yes.
I can.
Great.
Very important, not just to work, but public to know what you work, because that is the way to improve, to tell that you will not tolerate any attacks. So all those activities, what we did, then we organized press conferences, interviews, to say to the people that this period when everybody could attack journalists is over, and now we have a different situation. And that, then after those activities, now we have those results.
Great. Mr. Stamenkovic, how much is this communicated well with the public? Do we need to do anything further in that respect?
Thank you. Well, regarding the journalist associations, they are regularly getting the reports, very detailed reports with the statistics, with the facts about every single case, which is in the public prosecution offices in Serbia, in their mailboxes. So basically, quarterly, all cases for the last 5 years now are the reports about them are delivered to the journalists and media associations, and they know completely transparently every single action which is undertaken there. Regarding the general public, I think that's the question both for us, in my case public prosecution, but also for the journalist associations, journalist and media associations. I believe that we in the public prosecution, we need to be more public and to go more open with this kind of the information, and to let public know more about what we are doing in this area. Because on the other hand, if we don't do that, like in some cases, then we are going to have a misunderstanding from the public about nature of our work and about the results of our work. On the other hand, what would be my personal expectation? I had a personal expectation, professional personal expectation, that the involved journalist associations are going to more publicly go with the results of the working group and what was achieved. And somehow that wasn't met, at least to my expectations. Maybe that's the maximum what they can do. But I believe that there can be another notch, another level of communicating what we are doing in the permanent working group, both within their membership, like I'm saying regarding the public prosecution, but also letting the public know what we are doing. Maybe, and I'm finishing with that, maybe that's not that much juicy, so to say, some things, some cases are, publicly so much followed. And then we have particular cases on the grounds of which the general opinion is being built upon. But from that one tree, we are not seeing the whole wood, which is behind and which exists. So yes, both of us, both the state authorities, in the first place, public prosecution, and the journalist associations, they need to put an extra leg into it, so to say. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Veran Matic would like to contribute by explaining what are the plans for actually working on promotion of permanent working group. Verane.
Hvala, ja ću govoriti na srpskom ako je moguće. Zahvaljujem se na prilici da mogu da dopunim. Ja sam također član stalne radne grupe za bezbednost novinara. Također vodim komisiju za istraživanje ubistava novinara koja je osnovana 2013. godine u Srbiji zbog toga što nismo imali rešena 3 slučaja ubistva novinara i iz komisije imamo dosta dobro iskustvo saradnje sa Ministarstvom unutrašnjih poslova, sa policijom i sa Bezbednosnom informativnom agencijom kada je reč o prikupljanju podataka u ovoj oblasti. Kada je reč o stalnoj radnoj grupi i kada je reč o bezbednosti novinara, shvatili smo ove probleme sa komunikacijom, prvenstveno sa novinarima. Veoma često imamo postavljanje elementarnih pitanja od strane novinara šta je šta i odlučili smo u Asocijaciji nezavisnih elektronskih medija da napravimo web sajt i aplikaciju koja će biti to zbirno mesto za sve slučajeve koje smo do sada imali u onoj meri u kojoj je moguće te slučajeve opisati na različitim nivoima, dakle i sa ovog našeg novinarskog profesionalnog, ali i sa pravnog nivoa. Tako da u stvari želimo da kada novinar doživi neku određenu vrstu neprijatnosti koju tumači kao pretnju, da može da na svom mobilnom telefonu ukuca u aplikaciju opis toga što mu se dogodilo i da dobije neke podudarne slučajeve, da dobije nekakve istorije slučajeva, da dobije okvirno šta bi to moglo da bude, koje krivično delo i šta se u takvim situacijama radi. Dakle, da se ide u policiju, da li se vrši prijava tužilaštvu, na koji način se vrši prijava, dakle da im postoje obrasci za prijavljivanje i da postoji naravno 24-satni mogućnost pravne konsultacije. Dakle, ako ni tu ne možete da dobijete informaciju, da dobijete pravnika, advokata koji bi vam dao određenu vrstu konsultacija, šta je najbolje da se uradi u tom slučaju. U nekim slučajima naravno i da sam advokat asistira kada je reč o prijavljivanju, jer veliki broj slučajeva imamo koji se iz jednostavnog neznanja ne prijavljuje s jedne strane, ne prijavljuje na pravi način, sa druge strane veoma često se prijavi kao sa pogrešnim definisanjem počinjenog dela, tako da je ili sa nedovoljno preciznim, tako da tužilaštvo se nađe u situaciji u kojoj ne može da nastavi procesuiranje i tako dalje. Dakle, želimo da imamo na jednom mestu edukativni praktično centar, jer veliki broj novinara nije u udruženjima. Dakle, ili jednostavno nema navike da konsultuju web sajtove udruženja i tako dalje. I ovo nije samo stvar, dakle, vezana za novinare. Širenje govora mržnje je nešto što je problem celokupnog društva. I ne možemo mi rešavati to samo u oblasti novinara i novinarstva i reći da smo rešili. Ja stalno pominjem nekakav švedski model u kojem je napravljena analiza govora mržnje u celokupnom društvu i onda napravljen akcioni plan za borbu protiv mržnje, govora mržnje prema javno izabranim ličnostima, novinarima, kulturnim radnicima, onima koji se nalaze u svakodnevnom životu. Dakle, mi moramo štititi sve one koji su praktično ugroženi na isti način kao što su ugroženi i novinari. Ja sam 6 godina bio pod policijskom zaštitom i znam koji je to pakao. Znači, to je krajnji oblik zaštite jednog novinara i u stvari vi, to jeste bila zaštita, ali u isto vreme to je bilo, ja sam se osjećao prilično zarobljenim. Ali sam se dosta posvetio upravo ovoj temi i nastojeći da što je moguće više upoznam javnost sa problemima sa kojima se suočavaju novinari. Mi danas imamo posebno situacije u kojima su u mnogim situacijama posebno ugroženi istraživački novinari. Dakle, sada gledam, kada analiziramo taj fokus, je u najvećoj meri vezan za istraživačke novinare, jako puno vezan za međunarodne mreže istraživačkih novinara. Tu imamo i nekoliko ubistava na evropskom nivou i na svetskom nivou iz gotovo istih ili sličnih mreža. Tako da postoji ogroman prostor i dakle, gledam to kao jedan veliki prostor za delovanje je vezan za preventivu. Dakle, i ovaj web sajt i aplikacija su vezani za u velikoj meri preventivno delovanje, da se može upoznati sa opasnostima, u isto vreme da se može razmišljati unapred o tome na koji način možda izbeći nasilje ili na drugoj strani na koji način delovati u različitim situacijama i tako dalje. Dakle, mislim da je to nešto što bi bilo jako važno da osvojimo kao sledeći iskorak i sledeći stepenik u radu i radne grupe i uopšte u suočavanju sa problemima sa kojima se suočava novinarstvo danas. Hvala vam.
Thank you very much, Verene. This was a very useful contribution. We have 3 people waiting for the floor. I would call now for Dragan Sekulovski from the Association of Journalists of Macedonia to take the floor. Please unmute yourself, put the picture on, and Bojana Pavlović from Krik is the next one, please. Dragane? Yeah, can you unmute yourself and put the picture on? Lovely, thank you very much. We can't hear you. It's not working. It's not working. We'll have to ask you to check what is happening. I hope somebody from the technical department could help you.
Please turn off interpretation.
Sorry?
Dragan, to turn off the interpretation.
But we can't hear him. It's not a matter of interpretation. It's the matter of hearing his question. No, it's not working. Can we try to help Dragan? And meantime, I will call Bojana Pavlović to ask a question. Bojana, you have to unmute yourself and also put the picture on. Oh, well. This is the beginning of an operation in the digital area where we want participation, but it's not always up to us to ensure it. Dragane, if you can't get the moment to speak, please ask question or put the comment down and I will read it. Okay? Do we have Bojana? No. No. Then the next one in line is our keynote speaker, Patrick Pennings from the Council of Europe. He would like to talk about the cooperation and its benefits. Please, Patrick.
Yes, thank you. If you allow me to briefly respond to 2 issues, actually. One is the definition of journalist, as you were talking about it, and the other is about unwarranted interference and cooperation about this. Yeah, when it comes to who is a journalist, I would like to quote, in a way, Shakespeare's Juliet. A rose by any other name would smell as sweet, he said. We, on the other hand, are not sure whether or not what we see emerging around us can and should be classified as media. We do not know if we can trust the information we receive from those resources and sources, nor do we know whether or not our policy and regulatory framework apply to these new modes and technologies of communication. That is true, and that's why already almost 10 years ago, the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe defined a new notion of media, where, and I can share it with the public afterwards. I think it's important. Sometimes we do not necessarily want to recognize new media actors as such, because they may be disturbing. At the same time, they're also targeting very often a very broad public. So in that sense, the definition that we try to provide provided intent, purpose, editorial control, professional standards, outreach and recognition in order to be able to identify what we should be considering as journalists. Also for our partners, the journalist organizations, very often they do not want to engage into defining a journalist. It can be positive, but can also be limitative. And that we have to really take into account. When it comes to unwarranted interference and mechanisms that are set up at national level or international level, we did a study 3 years ago about journalists under pressure, unwarranted interference, fear, and self-censorship in Europe. One of the key outcomes there is that there is a lack of awareness, first of all. There's a high rate of unwarranted interference, with 40% of respondents claimed, and that was around 1,000 journalists that were interviewed. They claimed that the effect on their personal lives was very bad. At the same time, 35% did not feel that they had any mechanism at their disposal for reporting such interference. And that's 1,000 journalists across Europe. So it's nothing to do with any specific background. I think the key issue there is trust, because they also say the lack of awareness regarding adequate mechanisms for reporting unwarranted interference was compounded by the fact that journalists lacked trust in the mechanisms that exist. And that is an important element. That is something that we need to work on together, because we also know that unwarranted interference can come from chilling mechanisms within our different countries, including judicial intimidation. And the most common intimidation is under defamation laws. So we need to tackle those issues together. I think it's important, and the Council of Europe, therefore, also works very clearly with the judicial mechanisms in place, the legal professionals, but also the law enforcement professionals in many of our countries, in order to be able to say, we need to create an awareness, but we also need to create the trust of the professionals to be able to go to those mechanisms and deal with those facts. Thank you.
Gotze, you need to unmute yourself.
Sorry, I was talking with sorry. I wanted to check whether Mr. Tervelde can tell us more about the way they communicate with public, and possibly even, because this was a very relevant question, do journalists have trust in the mechanisms that you're setting up, and how the public is addressed?
Well, of course, the public is addressed by the media organizations themselves through interviews and articles about press safety. Especially in November, when we founded press safety, there was a lot of publicity at that moment. I have to say, COVID-19 didn't help, because all kinds of conferences, etc., were, of course, cancelled. The prosecutor's office has decided also in this, was part of the protocol, that every time when they have, let's say, a success in court, that they will publish and make it known to the public from the prosecutor's office to that they had a success and etc. So that's one of the means, but it should be more, to be honest. But hopefully, with, let's say, the court case that we have now with the 25 in court, that there's already a lot of publicity about this case. So hopefully more and more the public will know about this. But I heard someone saying it's not always the most sexy topic, and that's true. But on the other hand, we are the media, so we can encourage media as well to give more publicity on the protocol and on what we are doing.
Thank you very much. We have two questions that are case related. One is for Mr. Stamenkovic, one is for Mr. Angelovski. I'm not sure whether we'll have enough time for that, but I will just very briefly read those two. A journalist from Serbian investigative media portal Krik, Bojana Pavlović, said her phone was confiscated by unknown men in the presence of the police officer after she took photos of President Aleksandar Vučić's 22 years old son Danilo. Police officer did not react, and the question for Mr. Stamenkovic is to explain how is the mechanism used in this particular example. The question for Mr. Angelovski was also on the case of two female journalists, Iskra Korovešovska and Mary Jordanovska, that involved ex-employee of Central Registry Emil Jakimovski. This had happened in January this year, and Mr. Jakimovski was arrested, but under the charge of domestic violence not related to the journalists. So basically, they would like to know more. If you could address it only by a sentence each, and then we will have the very much the final question, since we are reaching the time. So.
Yeah, briefly, thank you. I'm not in the position to fully comment on the case of the Miss Pavlović, because that case is still in the criminal proceedings, yes, as far as my knowledge goes. But I can tell you that the information about confiscation of the telephone is not correct to the end. Mm-hmm. The reality is that the phone was taken temporarily by one person from the hands of the Miss Pavlović, and it's still not clear, did she give that phone to him on his demand, or was that phone taken out from the hands? Okay. But then within some time, and that was very short time, within the same event, the phone was returned to Miss Pavlović. So that part of the information is missing. And exactly on this case and this making of this question and asking this question, you know, there is a problem with the certain angle of approach to a certain event and certain building up of the trust. Because if you have this kind of the reaction on something, what happened, and then, you know, you bring only a portion of the information out there, and then you build the overall position on that portion of the information, not overseeing the whole process, that can be a problem. Because in the legal terms, that case is still open, and that case is going to have, on one way or another, a criminal law ending. It's the fact that the basic prosecution, which was handling this case, did not find that the criminal act was perpetrated against Ms. Pavlović, but that does not mean that the misdemeanor may be of the disturbing of the public order cannot be there. Finishing it with one sentence. What is very important is that the journalists, they have a quality criminal law aid, and that they need to follow that aid. For a fact, I know that there are a couple of the young lawyers which are following this case, and I know that they gave the right advice. Why that advice was not followed to the end, that's not my to comment here, but obviously that's something what's going on. It's of the paramount importance to know the rules, to know the law. If you don't know that by yourself because you are not a professional, you need to consult with the professional in that area. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Thank you very much. I would call, I'm reminded by my colleagues that we are getting very short on time. So I will give you once to all three of you the moment, the few minutes to give us the message of this meeting. We learned it's very hard to work together. We learned we need to know more about each other's mandate and the work. We need to adjust the legal framework to the challenging conditions that represent functioning in a digital society. We learned that the rule of law is something that needs support in implementation, because we are not always either fully aware of what the rule of law is or what it says, or we are not, we don't see it implemented always to the full extent. We learned that we need to communicate with public, as the information and of public importance and the public debate cannot be replaced by anything in a democracy, and it's very important for each single citizen living in each of our countries. So a lot to take further, and the hard work is in front of us. What would you suggest, if at all possible, something as a positive message? And of course, if you need to add anything on the case, please do. I will start with Mr. Angelowski.
I just want to say that we need to work and to cooperate with the journalist organization and to find solution for every problem. If you have political will, and we have, then we will succeed. Of course, we are now not perfect, but we are. I think that we are good, and we are going to the right direction.
Thank you very much. Yes, that is very, very useful. Mr. Tervelde, would you like to send this message?
There's only one sentence. Every journalist should work safely, and whatever we have to do to make it safe for journalists, we will do. But that's the bottom line of what we are talking about here. Wherever you go, whatever you do as a journalist, if you are an investigative journalist or in which area in journalism you work, you have to work safely.
Thank you very much. Very nice message for the end. And Mr. Stamenkovic, your last message at the end. I always remember when you first said something that still stays in my mind, that only like 2 years ago, you had absolutely different understanding what media and journalists are doing and how important their safety is. Now you have different perspective after intensive work with the colleagues in this area and with the police. So how would you address the future in front of us when it comes to improvements in this area?
We need to be together in this, the state authorities and the journalist and media associations, the doors of the government authorities, especially the ones for the criminal law suppression and the crime suppression, they need to be open to the journalists. We need to listen and we need to learn from the journalists what is the thing which most bothering them. On the other hand, we need to imply the law, and we have to uphold the law. So our role is to explain to the journalists what is possible within the lines of the criminal justice system and what is not. However, that's the interaction. Without that interaction, it's not going to be possible to effectively have the protection of the journalists in place. And that would be my ending message. Thank you so much for this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of you. I hope that we will be addressing the issues and questions that were put in front of us, but we need to end this session here now. Thank you very much. Adis?
Thank you very much, dear Gordana, dear panelists, for your contributions. Also, I would like to thank to all our colleagues who posed the questions. Unfortunately, Dragan was not able to connect properly with his sound, but I can only encourage him and all of you to take part and to ask questions, to at least try, and we will do our best to make it possible in our future panels today and tomorrow. Before I announce a break, I would also like to inform you to engage with us on Twitter to promote our Twitter hashtag SEEMC 2020. Dear colleagues, we are now going to take approximately 20 minutes break, our first virtual break today, and are going to stream several stories about local journalists in Serbia. Videos were produced by Slavko Čuruvija Foundation. And before we start, let me inform that the views, opinions, conclusions, and other information expressed in the following videos are not given nor necessarily endorsed by the OSCE. Enjoy the break and see you at 12:15. Thank you.
Ja sam Milan Jovanović, novinar beskućnik. Spalili su mi kuću. Ja sam se bavio istraživačkim novinarstvom. Pisao sam o lokalnim moćnicima, o njihovim krađama, proneverama. Sve što mi je ostalo u životu stane na jedan kauč. I to što je na kauču poklonili su mi prijatelji, poznanici i ljudi dobre volje. Zabrinut sam za suprugu. Od celu noć ne spava i ako malo zaspi, uhvati je san. Ona počne da sanja da neko hoće da je ubije, da neko hoće da je zapali, da je spali živu. To je plakanje u snu, vrištanje. To je zapomaganje, ne vidiš. To je ječanje. Ja. Ne. Sve je nestalo. Nestalo je sve, otišlo za sat vremena. Odvrata noseći, odvrata. Ja sam mislio da je to neki manji požar, da izgorela samo garaža. Kad sam pogledao, izgorela kompletna kuća. Ništa nije ostalo. Ostalo je samo zgarište. Samo zgarište ostalo. Ovdje su mi sve knjige uništene koje su bile složene. Ovdje u vitrini. Ležaj, gobleni, telefon je uništeno. Sve to. Posteljina, garderoba, jasnici, pun špajz, namirnica koja moja supruga pripremila za zimu. Sve je uništeno. Ništa ostalo nije. Ikona u Svetih Vrači. I ona je izgorela. Spaljena je sva. Ni ona nije ostala. Jako je tu stajala negdje oko 70 godina, da ja znam. To je bila Maca, jedna skitnica. I ona je tu bila gladna, kukala, nema šta da jede. I mi uzemo, daj kod nas da nahranimo, i mi je lepo nahranimo, on se pripitomila, ma neće od nas da makne lepota, neće dode sa ako je zgarište, neće dode. Ja sam to sebi pravio za svoju dušu, ove stepenice kući, to sam sve sam svojom rukom pravio, da ostane iza mene. Ovdje sam spavao u sobi kada je supruga sa sprata dotrčala i počela da viče, Milane, zapališe nam kuću. Kada sam otvorio oči, već sam počeo da se gušim i ona mi je pomogla da izađem iz prostorije jer sam već bio nemoćan. Malo i meni naš staje knedla. Guši me lagareš. Ja sam očekivao napad lično na mene. Ali da oni zapale kuću i u 3 sata ujutru dok spavamo ja i supruga nas zapale. Oni su znači i nisu išli na to da naprave materijalnu štetu. Oni su išli da nas pobiju. Cijelo života sam se borio protiv lopova. Pisat ću dok sam živ, dok mrdam. Ali neću stati. Neću stati, pa nek me ubiju. Barem znam zašto. Barem sam nešto doprinao ovoj zemlji. Znaš šta mi je teško? Teško mi je jedno, ja koji dišem sa pola pluća, gledam da doprinesem nešto i da uradim nešto. Dok ovi mlađi koji dišu punim plućima, da su toliko pasivni. To mi je žao. Šta čeka to mladina? Zašto se ne bori za svoje bolje sutra?
Da se kucamo? Ajde. Živjeli. Ja sam Miroslav Jovanović, Kragujevčanin po svemu i novinar po svemu. Ovim poslom se bavim profesionalno od 1977. godine i sve vreme sam proveo u jednoj redakciji, to je Svetlost, pa jedno vreme je bila Nezavisna Svetlost i kasnije Kragujevačke novine. Ja sam hteo da svoj život nastavim ovde, jer ovde je moja porodica, moji prijatelji, drugovi, moje ulice, moje kafane, sve je moje ovde. Kragujevačke novine su nastale 2009. godine kada smo mi vidjeli da vlasnici koji su kupili nekadašnju Svetlost vode firmu u propast. Svi smo dali otkaze, cijela redakcija i krenuli u projekat takozvane Kragujevačke novine. Nažalost, mi smo polovično uspeli, novine i danas izlaze, međutim, ljudi koji rade praktično rade bez plata. Novinari Kragujevačkog su volonteri praktično od kad je ovde na vlasti Napredna stranka sa svojim koalicionim partnerima. Poklopilo se da je u vreme dolaska naprednjaka stupio na snagu i zakon po kome je bilo dopušteno samo to projektno sufinansiranje. Njega nema i pošto naravno nema šansi da se samo finansiraju novine, to plaćaju novinari koji mesečno dobiju recimo po 8-10 hiljada, ne 80, nego između 8 i 10 hiljada dinara. Ja sam 2 godine pred penziju otišao na biro rada, kako zakon dopušta, i primao sam tamo 15.000 mesečno, a radio sam posao kao i uvek, mislim odgovorno, predano, nisam izostajao s posla i sa biroa rada sam, kao što rekoh, prošle godine u avgustu stekao penziju, koja je takođe mizarna s obzirom da novinari nikada nisu imali neke plate, pa je takva i penzija. Dakle, svelo se sve na preživljavanje. Najgore u cijeloj priči je što Kragujevac ostaje bez mladih novinara. Nema podmlatka. Čak su i oni mlađi koji su radili ovde potražili poslove na nekim drugim mestima, u nekim PR službama raznih firmi, preduzeća i tako dalje. I bojim se da za nekoliko godina će ovde, ako se ništa bitno ne promeni, grad ostati bez novinara i novinarstva, dakle bez informisanja građana. Kada smo pokrenuli Kragujevačke novine 2009. godine u ovom tavanskom prostoru, ali dobro, to nama nije smetalo, važno je da je svaki novinar imao stolicu i računar. Bilo je 15-ak novinara, 2 fotoreportera, tehnički urednici i tako dalje. Međutim, danas je to svelo na samo nekoliko ljudi, prosto jer su ljudi otišli tamo, ja mislim nevoljno, ali iz nužde, tamo gde od rada mogu i da žive. Ovde to ne može. Nekako krpimo novine, ali to nisu novine kakve bismo mi hteli da budu, jer jednostavno sa tako malim brojem ljudi ne mogu da se prave i dobre kvalitetne novine. Dakle, ja sam okarakterisao ovaj postupak kao organizovanu osvetničku grupu. Sudije koje su radile u svemu tome, čak i neki advokati druge strane koji su zastupali one koji su nas tužili, su jednostavno hteli da se osvete ne samo meni, nego praktično novinarstvo u Kragujevcu ovde. 42 godine sam radio kao novinar i na kraju ću da živim kao jedan penzioner koji je na granici socijalnog slučaja. Šta će od toga biti, ja ne znam, ali mogu da završim samo jednim kratkim vicem. Znate, pijanac sedi u kafani, izlazi konobar ga opominje, niste platili, a on mu odgovara, plaćam životom.
Ja sam Milan Jovanović, novinar beskućnik. Spalili su mi kuću. Ja sam se bavio istraživačkim novinarstvom. Pisao sam o lokalnim moćnicima, o njihovim krađama, proneverama. Sve što mi je ostalo u životu stane na jedan kauč. I to što je na kauču poklonili su mi prijatelji, poznanici i ljudi dobre volje. Zabrinut sam za suprugu. po celu noć ne spava i ako malo zaspi, uhvati je san. Ona počne da sanja da neko hoće da je ubije, da neko hoće da je zapali, da je spali živu. To je plakanje u snu, vrištanje. To je zapomaganje, ne vidiš. To je ječanje. Ja. Ne. Sve je nestalo. Nestalo je sve. Otišlo za sat vremena. Odvrata noseći. Odvrata. Ja sam mislio da je to neki manji požar, da izgorela samo garaža. Kad sam pogledao, izgorela kompletna kuća. Ništa nije ostalo. Ostalo je samo zgarište. Samo zgarište ostalo. Ovdje su mi sve knjige uništene koje su bile složene. Ovdje u vitrini. Ležaj, gobleni, telefon je uništeno. Sve to. Posteljina, garderoba, jasnici, pun špajz, namirnica koja moja supruga pripremila za zimu. Sve je uništeno. Ništa ostalo nije. Ono sve tih vrači. I ona je izgorela. Spaljena je sva. Ni ona nije ostala. Jako je tu stajala negdje oko 70 godina, da ja znam. To je bila maca na skitnica. I ona je tu bila gladna, kukala, nema šta da jede. I mi uzemo, daj kod nas da nahranimo. I mi je lepo nahranimo. On se pripitomila, ma neće od nas da makne lepota. Neće dode sa zgarište, ako je zgarište, neće dode. Ja sam to sebi pravio za svoju dušu. Ove stepenice kući, to sam sve sam svojom rukom pravio. Da ostane iza mene. Ovdje sam spavao u sobi kada je supruga sa sprata dotrčala i počela da viče, Milane, zapališe nam kuću. Kad sam otvorio oči, već sam počeo da se gušim i ona mi je pomogla da izađem iz prostorije jer sam već bio nemoćan. Malo i meni naš staje knedla. Guši me lagareš. Ja sam očekivao napad lično na mene. Ali da oni zapale kuću i u 3 sata ujutru dok spavamo ja i supruga nas zapale. Oni su znači i nisu išli na to da naprave materijalnu štetu. Oni su išli da nas pobiju. Cijelog života sam se borio protiv lopova. Pisat ću dok sam živ, dok mrdam. Ali neću stati. Neću stati, pa nek me ubiju. Barem znam zašto. Barem sam nešto doprinao ovoj zemlji. Znaš šta mi je teško? Teško mi je jedno, ja koji dišem sa pola pluća, gledam da doprinesem nešto i da uradim nešto. Dok ovi mlađi koji dišu punim plućima, da su toliko pasivni. To mi je žao. Šta čeka to mladina? Zašto se ne bori za svoje bolje sutra?
Da se kucamo? Ajde.
Ajde.
Ajde. Živeli. Živeli. Ja sam Miroslav Jovanović, Kragujevčanin po svemu i novinar po svemu. Ovim poslom se bavim profesionalno od 1977. godine i sve vreme sam proveo u jednoj redakciji, to je Svetlost, pa jedno vreme je bila Nezavisna Svetlost i kasnije Kragujevačke novine. Ja sam hteo da svoj život nastavim ovde, jer ovde je moja porodica, moji prijatelji, drugovi, moje ulice, moje kafane, sve je moje ovde. Kragujevačke novine su nastale 2009. godine kada smo mi videli da vlasnici koji su kupili nekadašnju Svetlost vode firmu u propast. Svi smo dali otkaze, cijela redakcija i krenuli u projekat takozvane Kragujevačke novine. Nažalost, mi smo polovično uspeli, novine i danas izlaze, međutim, ljudi koji rade praktično rade bez plata. Novinari Kragujevačkih su volonteri praktično od kad je ovde na vlasti Napredna stranka sa svojim koalicionim partnerima. Poklopilo se da je u vreme dolaska naprednjaka stupio na snagu i zakon po kome je bilo dopušteno samo to projektno sufinansiranje. Njega nema i pošto naravno nema šansi da se samo finansiraju novine, to plaćaju novinari koji mesečno dobiju recimo po 80.000, ne 80, nego između 8 i 10.000 dinara. Ja sam 2 godine pred penziju otišao na biro rada, kako zakon dopušta, i primao sam tamo 15.000 mesečno, a radio sam posao kao i uvek, mislim odgovorno, predano, nisam izostajao s posla i sa biroa rada sam, kao što rekoh, prošle godine u avgustu stekao penziju, koja je takođe mizarna s obzirom da novinari nikada nisu imali neke plate, pa je takva i penzija. Dakle, svelo se sve na preživljavanje. Najgore u cijeloj priči je što Kragujevac ostaje bez mladih novinara. Nema podmlatka. Čak su i oni mlađi koji su radili ovde potražili poslove na nekim drugim mestima, u nekim PR službama raznih firmi, preduzeća i tako dalje. I bojim se da za nekoliko godina će ovde, ako se ništa bitno ne promeni, grad ostati bez novinara i novinarstva, dakle bez informisanja građana. Kada smo pokrenuli Kragujevačke novine 2009. godine u ovom tavanskom prostoru, ali dobro, to nama nije smetalo, važno je da je svaki novinar imao stolicu i računar. Bilo je 15-ak novinara, 2 fotoreportera, tehnički urednici i tako dalje. Međutim, danas se to svelo na samo nekoliko ljudi, prosto jer su ljudi otišli tamo, ja mislim nevoljno, ali iz nužde, tamo gde od rada mogu i da žive. Ovde to ne može. Nekako krpimo novine, ali to nisu novine kakve bismo mi hteli da budu, jer jednostavno sa tako malim brojem ljudi ne mogu da se prave i dobre kvalitetne novine. Dakle, ja sam okarakterisao ovaj postupak kao organizovanu osvetničku grupu. Sudije koje su radile u svemu tome, čak i neki advokati druge strane koji su zastupali one koji su nas tužili, su jednostavno hteli da se osvete ne samo meni, nego praktično novinarstvu u Kragujevcu ovde. 42 godine sam radio kao novinar i na kraju ću da živim kao jedan penzioner koji je na granici socijalnog slučaja. Šta će od toga biti, ja ne znam, ali mogu da završim samo jednim kratkim vicem. Znate, ono, pijanac sedi u kafani, izlazi konobar ga opominje, niste platili, a on mu odgovara, plaćam životom.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Before we move on to our second panel, I would like to again repeat, probably for colleagues who joined at the later stage today, that this event is live streamed at the RFOM's webpage and also recorded. Recorded materials will be partially used by the news agency and further distributed to other media outlets. Also, I would like to inform that you should have your microphones and cameras disabled at all times except when given the floor. Participants wishing to take the floor or make a statement can send their request to the Zoom chat function contacting the co-host floor request. Also, if you want to only send your question, please feel free to do so with our colleague hidden behind Q&A request name. Panel session number 2, Unifying National Databases, Analysis and Reporting on Attacks and Violence Against Journalists. I would like to introduce my colleague, Ton van den Brandt, who is a senior advisor at the Office of the OSCE Representative on Freedom of the Media. Van den Brandt led the communications department at the Amsterdam District Court of Law. Prior to that, he was senior political advisor at the Amnesty International and interim legal advisor with the Netherlands Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Van den Brandt, you have the floor. Thank you.
My dear colleague Adis, thank you for your introduction. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. Let me first welcome you and thank you for joining in this second panel session, in which we will focus on the topic of unifying national databases, analysis and reporting on attacks and violence against journalists. Almost 2 years ago, the OSCE's Ministerial Council agreed on a decision on safety of journalists. In this important decision, all participating states were called upon to establish or strengthen, where possible, national data collection, analysis and reporting on attacks and violence against journalists. Since the adoption of this document, there have been various initiatives in order to establish those national databases with the aim to provide reliable information about the nature and extent of media freedom violations. During the coming 1 hour and 10 minutes, we will discuss some of these regional practices and examples for establishing such mechanisms by law, enforcement authorities and journalist associations. This will include the issue of how to ensure that the information is accurate and how to keep such databases up to date. Also, we want to address the significance of fostering a multi-stakeholder approach when gathering such information, and very important, how to create common criteria for unified databases in the region. Before opening the floor for discussions about these topics, I'm happy to announce that we have 4 very renowned and knowledgeable speakers who will be introducing their local experiences. After their introductions, I will open the floor for all participants. And as said before, if you wish to take the floor for questions or remarks with camera and microphone, please send a message to floor requests using the chat function in Zoom, which is open from now on. If you have a question that you want to be addressed without going on camera yourself, you can send it to Q&A using the chat function in Zoom. Now it's time to turn to our first introducer. Snežana Terpevska is founder and president of the Research Institute on Social Development, RESIS, in Skopje, a multidisciplinary research organization established in 2017, which works in partnership with NGOs, regulatory bodies, public institutions, and academic communities. Terpevska holds an MA in Communication Studies and a PhD in Sociological Sciences at the University of St. Cyril and Methodius in North Macedonia. Until 2017, she was professor in media law and media and audience research methods at the Institute of Communication Studies in Skopje. She has been leading the advocacy research project Indicators on the Level of Media Freedoms and Journalists, Safety in the Western Balkans, which has been implemented by the Regional Platform for Advocating Media Freedom and Journalist Safety in the Western Balkans since 2016. Mrs. Terpevska, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Antonius. Do you listen? Do you listen to me? Are you listening to me? Okay, thank you. I thank you, the OSCE, for giving me this opportunity to address to this very important panel and to present the work that has been done so far by the journalist associations in the region, gathered in the regional platform for advocating media freedom and journalist safety. I prepared a very brief PowerPoint presentation to present what we have achieved so far. So I will share now the presentation. Okay, and then, okay, do you see my presentation now? Okay, and then I will switch, I will speak into Macedonian, so please switch the interpretation button into Spanish. Okay. So I will say first something about the regional platform. Регионалната платформа е воспоставена во 2016 година со поддршка на Европската комисија. Целта беше новинарските асоциации во регионот да се здружат и низ заеднички активности да влијаат, да станат повлијателен фактор во подобрувањето на медиумските слободи и безбедноста на новинарите. За таа цел беше воспоставен, значи идејата беше да се направи еден механизам за наблюдување на нивото на медиумските слободи во сите земји, 5 земји на Западен Балкан, со тоа што ќе може да се извлекуваат споредбени податоци и за земјите и меѓу земјите, но исто така и во текот на годините. За таа цел мене ми беше доделена задачата да направам една заедничка методологија или збир од индикатори врз база на сите, можем да речем дека најпознатите, најрелевантните документи на меѓународните организации и други постоечки вакви методологии. Направивме еден таков документ, но го прилагодивме на ситуацијата на Западен Балкан и документот содржи 3 групи индикатори. Ова е важно да го нагласам, бидејќи ние денес зборуваме на овој панел особено за прашањето на заштитата и безбедноста на новинарите. Но она што го добив како впечаток или заклучок од дискусијата во претходниот панел е според мене дека ако се фокусираме само на бројките за реалните напади на новинарите, ние можеби ќе мислиме дека ситуацијата е подобрена во земјите. И еве јас ќе го дадам примерот за Македонија. Например, да, точно е, како што рече господинот Ангеловски, дека е многу подобрена ситуацијата, но само ако го гледаме прашањето на безбедноста на новинарите. Но ние мораме да ја имаме пошироката слика. Бидејќи бројот на закани и напади е всушност само манифестација на поширокото обкружување или на мерата во која еден режим покажува знаци на авторитарност и со тоа на пресија кон новинарската професија. Токму затоа во документот со кој новинарските асоциации требаше да се оспособат самите да вршат притисок врз обкружувањето, опфативме 3 нивоа на наблюдување. Значи, ние го наблюдуваме и нивото на правна заштита, кои се недостатоците во законите, кои се пречка за слободата и на медиумите и за безбедноста на новинарите, натаму ја наблюдуваме позицијата на новинарите во редакциите и третото прашање е самото прашање на безбедност на новинарите. Зошто го велам ова? Затоа што еве во Македонија е подобрена состојбата со безбедноста на новинарите. Новинарите се чувствуваат послободни и побезбедни, меѓутоа не се направени темелни реформи пошироко во секторот. Значи, новинарите не се уште слободни во редакциите, работниот статус не им е добар, се уште не е таква ситуацијата да ние можеме да кажеме дека тие се чувствуваат слободни да ја работат својата работа на начин како што тоа треба. И затоа се залагам за еден поширок период и овде кога зборуваме за механизмите, националните механизми кои се резултат на соработка меѓу новинарските асоциации и властите, како што е работната група, например, во Србија или кај нас, како механизмите за соработка меѓу надлежните органи и новинарското здружение, значи не можеме само тесно да гледаме колкав е бројот на напади и на закани. Ние мораме да гледаме и пошироко, без оглед колку тие закани не може да се процесираат правно, што значи кога тие закани доаѓаат од политичките актери. И мора да разговараме и за други пошироки мерки што треба да ги преземат државните органи за да се создаде тоа поволно окружување за новинарската професија. Добро, значи врз тој заеднички документ новинарските асоциации сами, значи ние ги оспособувавме сами да прават истражувања со тоа што ќе ги користат тие податоци и тие истражувања за да организираат своји адвокаси активности. Така што во 2016 година беше направена првична проценка на состојбата, значи како една бейзлайн студија, а потоа беа произведени повеќе во 2017, 2018 и 2019 беа направени неколку 3 последователни извештаи врз база на кои беа низа активности на лобирање преземени од новинарските асоциации, било во рамки на регионалната платформа, било на национално или на локално ниво. Оваа година го продолжуваме новиот циклус, уште 3 години, 2020, значи 2021 и 2022. И имаме намера, значи и самата методологија, посебно категоризацијата на напади изработена во рамките на методологијата, дополнително да ја развиваме со тоа што идејата е да направиме индекс за безбедност на новинарите, кој ќе попрецизно, значи на квантитативен начин ќе може да ја долови промената дали во позитивна или во негативна насока. Инаку третата група индикатори, значи се однесуваат на индикаторите врзани со безбедноста на новинарите и морам да кажам изработени се главно врз основа на документот на УНЕСКО за безбедноста на новинарите, Journalist Safety Indicators at National Level, но секако прилагодени на ситуацијата во Западен Балкан. И овде имаме 3 групи три индикатори. Првиот се однесува на прашањето за кое ние денес зборуваме, за податоците за различни видови закани и напади врз новинарите. Вториот се однесува на одговорноста и активноста на државните институции, надлежните државни институции, политичките актери во поглед на заштитата на новинарите и третата група е правосудниот систем, колку ефективно ги истражува, ги гони и ги санкционира сите овие, односно нападите кои можат нели да подлежат да се на казнивост по законската регулатива. За новинарските асоциации, за потребите на платформата, изработивме категоризација на видовите закани и напади врз новинари. Ова е табела која ги прикажува категориите што ги имаме. Новинарските асоциации имаат и упатства како да ги регистрираат и како да обезбедат што повеќе документација и докази за сите овие напади, но се разбира ова е процес во развој. Оваа година, како што кажав, планираме да врз база на досегашното искуство да ја дополнително да ја операционализираме или да ја додефинираме оваа категоризација и да од следната година да објавуваме податоци во така наречен индекс за безбедност на новинарите. Во однос на самата категоризација на видовите напади врз новинари, значи ние досега се определивме покрај реалните напади, значи на новинари и убиства на новинари, да собираме податоци и за две категории други. Тие се сите видови закани, заплашувања на новинари. Ги поделивме во две категории. Едната категорија се однесува на видовите закани кои се однесуваат на физичкото здравје и на животот на новинарите. Значи, различни видови закани, независно на кој начин се изречени, преку кого се изречени и преку какви средства за комуницирање се пренесени и дали се имплицитни или експлицитни. Значи, сметаме дека овие две категории се исклучително важни за вкупната атмосфера во која работат новинарите. Не само она што ќе биде санкционирано со закон е важно, многу е важно, особено во денешното дигитално обкружување, како што слушнавме и во првиот панел, што се случува во онлайн сферата. Значи, голем број новинари добиваат закани имплицитни или експлицитни, кои онлайн, на Facebook или преку другите мрежи, и тие во огромна мера влијаат врз општата клима на страф, вознемирување и во крајна линија, како и многу други фактори влијаат на да се дојде до тој ефект на самоцензура. Затоа сметаме дека во таа соработка понатаму меѓу новинарските асоциации и надлежните органи и државни и оние на правосудниот систем, треба сериозно да се разговара за изнаоѓањето на можностите како да се санкционираат сите оние сериозни закани кои представуваат, значи, закани по животот на новинарите. Во кривичното законодавство во Македонија таквите закани се санкционираат, но можеби е прашање да се разговара за начинот на кој може да се обезбедат повеќе докази, како побрзо да се процесираат во системот и така натаму. Сметам дека ова треба да биде една точка на доближување. Значи, разбрав дека има доста недоразбирања околу ова прашање во рамки на групата која работи на безбедноста и заштитата на новинарите во Србија. И последно, не би должела повеќе, значи, оттаму нагласувам дека ова што го работат новинарските асоциации има една поширока цел и затоа оваа категоризација е поширока од базите на податоци што ги имаат државните органи и правосудните организации, бидејќи го наблюдува и поширокото обкружување, ги наблюдува сите фактори кои доведуваат до создавањето на таа клима на страф и на вознемирување и со која се оневозможуваат новинарите слободно да извршуваат својата професија. Толку за сега, ви благодарам. We are not listening to you. Antonius?
Dear Mrs. Stefenska, thank you very much for your still not. How about this?
Still not listening.
Yes. Is this one working now? Yes, okay, good. Sorry for that. Thank you for your introduction, and let's move on to the second introducer, Stanela Goruzanovic Butigan. She's Vice President of the High Judicial and Prosecutorial Council of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Since 2007, she's been a judge of the Municipal Court in Sarajevo. She's a lecturer and participant in seminars and conferences in the field of application of the law on protections against defamation. Article 10 of the European Convention on Human Rights and Fundamental Freedoms, and international projects under the auspices of the High Judicial and Prosecutorial Council of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Ms. Goruzanovic Butigan holds a degree in law from the University of Sarajevo. With this, I would like to invite you to take the floor, please. Thank you.
Dobar dan. Da se čujemo. Dobar dan, je li u redu veza? Čujemo li se? Vi ste mene predstavili, ali evo ja ću još jednom ponoviti da vas pozdravljam kao dopredsjednica Visokog sudskog i tužilačkog vijeća. Od mjeseca juna ove godine sam potpredsjednik, a 12 godina prije toga sam radila kao sutkinja Općinskog suda u Sarajevu na parničnom referatu i postupala u velikom broju predmeta klevete, tako da sam imala priliku da se upoznam sa problemima sa kojima se danas susrećemo u pogledu pravog tumačenja člana 10 Europske konvencije. Zbog toga ću se danas i osvrnuti u svom izlaganju o važnosti slobode mišljenja i izražavanja. Znači, sloboda mišljenja i izražavanja su temeljne slobode svakog ljudskog bića i neophodne su za individualno dostojanstvo i ispunjenje i grade suštinske temelje demokratije, vladavine prava, mira i stabilnosti. Slobodu izražavanja kao osnovu demokratskog društva garantuje član 10 Europske konvencije, opća deklaracija o ljudskim pravima, te drugi međunarodni dokumenti koji promoviraju ljudska prava i slobode. Poštivanje ili nepoštivanje odredbi i propisa ovih dokumenata posebno se reflektuje u oblasti medijskog djelovanja, koje zauzima značajnu ulogu u cjelokupnom demokratskom procesu i izgradnji demokratskog društva. Nažalost, o slobodi govora i sigurnosti novinara posljednjih godina najčešće se govori u kontekstu njihovog ugrožavanja i neophodnosti veće zaštite. Mi ovaj problem imamo u cijelom svijetu jer se novinari suočavaju sa cenzurom, političkim i ekonomskim pritiscima, prijetnjama. I ja zbog toga pozdravljam ovu konferenciju i želim da se na ovu temu što više govori. Kada kažem u cijelom svijetu da postoji problem slobode mišljenja i izražavanja, koja se posebno reflektira kroz medijsko djelovanje, moram reći da je takva situacija i u mojoj državi Bosni i Hercegovini. Novinari i novinarke, kao i drugi na kraju krajeva medijski djelatnici u Bosni i Hercegovini se svakodnevno susreću sa političkim pritiscima, zastrašivanjima, fizičkim napadima. to oni pokušavaju i da urede, da promijene svoj status, tako da im mi moramo biti podrška. I današnji zakoni u mojoj državi vjerovatno ne reguliraju na najbolji mogući način zaštitu novinara, međutim moram reći da ipak postoji jedan zakonski okvir gdje novinari mogu biti zaštićeni, tako da mi faktički moramo raditi na poboljšanju rada policije, tužilaštava, u konačnici i sudova. Da novinari imaju problema u iznošenju svog mišljenja, pokazuju i statistički podaci sa kojima ću ja naknadno da izađem, ali ukratko moram reći da je i ova situacija COVID-a pokazala da novinari nisu mogli na adekvatan način da odgovore izazovima svog posla, jer i u ovom momentu, umjesto da im je omogućeno da na najbolji način nas informiraju, imali su problema sa napadima, pritiscima, tako da faktički najveću posljedicu trpe građani, jer dolazimo u situaciju da nismo informirani na pravi način. U 2019. i 2020. godini zabilježeno je preko 45 različitih oblika kršenja prava na slobodu izražavanja i napada, što je porast u odnosu na ranije godine. Ovaj problem su novinari iznosili kroz javno mijenje da nažalost se situacija pogoršava umjesto da idemo ka poboljšanju njihove situacije, što nas naravno spriječava i za ulazak u Europsku uniju. Faktički je garantovanje slobode izražavanja preduvjet ka ulasku u Europsku uniju. Dakle, osvrnula sam se na zakone koji u ovom momentu su takvi kakvi jesu, međutim, zaista smatram da oni su dovoljno kvalitetni i dobri da se zaštite novinari, ali moramo raditi na pojačanju policijskih, istražnih organa i sudova u procesuiranju na novinare. Donošenje zakona o slobodi pristupa informacija na nivou države učinjen je, na primjer, pozitivan pomak u domenu prava na pristup oficijalnim dokumentima i informacijama. Institucija Visokog sudskog i tužilačkog vijeća također ima statističke podatke u kojoj mjeri odgovara na zahtjeve novinara i ja zaista ovom prilikom vas pozivam da nas smatrate institucijom koja želi promovirati slobodu izražavanja i koja želi nastaviti kontinuitet zajedničkog djelovanja s vama radi boljeg djelovanja. Ja ću sada, ako smatrate da treba, napraviti te statističke malo podatke da vas informiram o broju kleveta koje smo mi imali u 2019. i 2020. godini, kao i broj krivičnih dijela. Čujemo li se? Može. Ja ću vam reći da je u 2019. godini u 2019. godini je nas u sudovima Bosne i Hercegovine zaprimljeno 52 tužbe u kojima su novinari ili medijske kuće bili tuženi. U 2020. godini, ali moramo uzeti u obzir da je to zbog pandemije manji bio priliv predmeta, da sud nije radio u punom kapacitetu, tako da u 2020. godini smo imali manji taj broj od 52, ali 20 tužbi, što znači u zbiru 19. i 20. godine čine 72 tužbe radi klevetničkog izražavanja, gdje su novinari bili stranke, odnosno tuženi. To smatramo vrlo visokim postupkom jer je to ipak jedna vrsta cenzure na slobodu iznošenja mišljenja od strane novinara. Ono što kao sutkinja znam je da je situacija što se tiče odluka povoljnija za novinare jer u posljednje vrijeme i kada se usvoji tužbeni zahtjev i utvrdi klevetničko izražavanje, dosuđuje se tužiteljima manji iznos novčane kazne nego što je to prije bio. U startu su to bile toliko visoke kazne, odnosno iznosi novčane, nematerijalne štete, da je to bio takav pritisak da su određene novinske kuće morale da se ugase. U tom smjeru smatram da je malo bolja situacija. Što se tiče predmeta u krivičnom postupku, kako to imamo informacije preko CMS sistema, moram vam reći da to nisu informacije koje su 100% tačne, jer nemamo definitivno saznanje da je svaki predmet gdje su zaista novinari stranke i označen kao da je novinar stranka u postupku. Ali ono što imamo od informacija je da je u 2019. godini u tužilaštvo zaprimljeno 7 predmeta u kojima je CMS kao oštećeno lice evidentirao novinare. U 4 prijave je evidentirano krivično djelo ugrožavanje sigurnosti. Imali smo 2 prijave krivičnog djela tjelesna povreda i u 1 prijavi neovlašteni pristup zaštićenom kompjuteru i kompjuterskoj mreži. U 2020. godini tužilaštvo je zaprimilo 1 prijavu u kojem je oštećeno lice bilo novinar. Moram vam priznati da su novinari u Bosni i Hercegovini se jako borili za izmjenu krivičnog zakona na način da se napad na novinare tretira kao napad na službeno lice, što mi danas još uvijek nemamo, a to bi bila ipak veća garancija novinara. Jel u redu?
Yes.
Znači, to bi bio ipak dokaz da će se svaki napad na novinare tretirati na način da se procesuira taj napad na novinara. Moram vam reći da je zakon o slobodi pristupa informacija vrlo pozitivan, novinari se jako puno obraćaju javnim organima i dobivaju podatke. Također se Visokom sudskom i tužilačkom vijeću jako puno javljaju sa dopisima gdje traže određene informacije i u 2019. i u 2020. godini skoro na sve zahtjeve novinara mi smo odgovorili pozitivno. To je ukratko moje izlaganje. Ako imate pitanja, ja sam raspoložena da odgovorim.
Is my microphone working now? Yes, okay. Thank you, Mrs. Koruzanovic-Butigant, for this very elaborate presentation and sharing your experiences with us. Again, we'll open the floor a bit later, but I think it would be good to have all speakers first. So we'll turn to our third speakers of this session. Since February 2018, Mr. Ardi Velju has served as a General Director of the State Police in Albania with the rank of Police Executive Leader. In 1993, he graduated at the Military Academy in Tirana, and from 1993 to 1994, he studied at the Police Academy in Tirana. He graduated as a police officer after completing his studies at the Police Academy in Ankara, Turkey, in 1998. He also graduated from the Faculty of Economics of the Ismail Kemeli University in 2004, and in 2011 he completed his bachelor at the Faculty of Law. Mr. Value is the author of several scientific publications, and so we're really happy to have him with us. Mr. Value, please, the floor is yours.
Honorable organizers, honorable participants, I am very happy of being part of this online conference. I will present a short speech in the Albanian language, so please switch on the interpretation channel to the English language. Të nderuar përfaqësues të institucioneve ligzbatuese dhe medias, më lejoni që së pari të falenderoj për ftesën dhe shpreh kënaqësinë time që jam pjesë e kësaj konference mjaft të rëndësishme, për të shprehur opinionin tim dhe të institucionit që drejtoj për rëndësinë e lirisë së medias dhe punën që ne kemi bërë dhe po bëjmë për t'u afruar gazetarëve. Së pari, shërbimin për të drejtën e informimit, transparencën e punës tonë, si dhe përkrahjen e mbrojtjen ligjore të policisë kur ata janë ndjerë të kërcënuar apo të dëmtuar për shkak të detyrës. Zhvillimi i kësaj konference, e cila për shkak të COVID-19 po zhvillohet online, ka një rëndësi të veçantë në zhvillimin në tërësi të integrimit të Shqipërisë dhe të institucioneve, pasi media është një nga faktorët më të rëndësishëm. Ajo është e pasvendësueshme në një vend demokratik, sepse ndikon drejt për së drejti në nxitjen dhe përshpejtimin e proceseve në interes të qytetarëve. Është fakt i pamohueshëm dhe i patjetërshtueshëm se informacioni ka qenë dhe mbetet baza e komunikimit njerëzor dhe në këtë kontekst mediat dhe teknologjitë e komunikimit tashmë janë shndërruar në bazë të fuqishme të ekzistencës së vetë njerëzimit. Liria e mendimit, shprehjes dhe informimit janë të drejta që janë të garantuara dhe të mbrojtura me ligj. Këto të drejta janë themelore për të siguruar që qytetarët të jenë të informuar, të japin informacion, të mësojnë në lidhje me proceset e rëndësishme që ndikojnë në jetën e tyre dhe të detyrojnë institucionet që të japin llogari para taksapaguesve dhe qytetarëve. Konceptin tim si drejtori i përgjithshëm i Policisë së Shtetit, oponenca reale mediatike në punën tonë është ilaçi më i mirë për të kuruar tëmetat dhe gabimet, ndërsa liria mediatike brenda kornizës të së vërtetës është shërbimi më efikas për të nxitur dhe zhvilluar demokracinë në jetën shoqërore dhe ekonomike të vendit. Të nderuar përfaqësues të agjencive ligzbatuese, të nderuar organizatorë të kësaj konference. Policia e Shtetit shqiptar është tërësisht e angazhuar për të bashkëpunuar me median dhe në këtë kuadër, në të gjitha drejtoritë vendore të policisë dhe në drejtorinë e përgjithshme të Policisë së Shtetit, funksionon zyra e zëdhënësit të policisë dhe e koordinimit për informim që ka si funksion të përgjigjet në kohë e me vërtetësi kërkesave të medias, por mbi të gjitha informimit të publikut. Jemi të angazhuar për t'ju dhënë mbrojtje ligjore gazetarëve, duke reaguar në mënyrë të menjëhershme në ato raste kur gazetarët cënohen gjatë kryerjes së detyrës fisnike asaj të informimit me realizëm të publikut. Në këtë kuadër, Policia e Shtetit ka evidentuar dhe ka referuar në prokurori të gjitha kallëzimet e bëra nga gazetarët e kronikave në teren, analist apo pronar mediash dhe ka punuar në bashkëpunim me prokuroritë respektive sipas organizimit për zbardhjen, dokumentimin e vënien para përgjegjësisë ligjore të autorëve të tyre. Nga ana tjetër, Policia e Shtetit nuk ka proceduar penalisht asnjë gazetar që ka bërë oponencë të padrejtë e të pavërtetë punën e policisë apo ka shpifur e denigruar drejtues e punonjës policie për interesat të ngushta të personave të ndryshëm. Në çdo rast të fatkeqësisë natyrore, aktualisht të pandemisë shkaktuar nga COVID-19 apo dhe tërmetit të ndodhur në nëntor të vitit 2019, jemi përpjekur që median ta ndihmojmë duke qenë në krah të tyre dhe jo duke u justifikuar si pasojë e masave kufizuese nga pandemia për t'u shmangur kërkesave për informim. Përkundrazi, kemi gjetur format e duhura të bashkëpunimit në interes të informimit të qytetarëve. Policia e Shtetit Shqiptar mbetet e angazhuar dhe e fokusuar te garantimi i rendit dhe i sigurisë për qytetarët, te krijimi i një mjedisi shoqëror sa më të sigurt, ku të gjithë faktorët dhe aktorët të zhvillojnë të sigurt aktivitetin e tyre, si dhe të vendosur në mbrojtjen e të drejtave dhe lirive themelore të qytetarëve. Në këtë kontekst, gazetarët kanë qenë, janë dhe do të jenë përherë primar në punën tonë për t'u ofruar bashkëpunim, transparencë dhe mbrojtje ligjore. Duke mbetur në qëllimin e kësaj konference, pa diskutim që është shumë i nevojshëm dhe i domosdoshëm unifikimi i bazave të të dhënave kombëtare për rastet, analizat dhe raportet mbi sulmet dhe dhunën kundër gazetarëve. Gjithashtu, edhe koordinimi më i mirë i veprimeve dhe ndjekja e tyre deri në fund nga të gjithë agjencitë ligjzbatuese, me qëllim që çdo rast i cënimit të gazetarit për shkak të detyrës duhet të marrë përgjigjen ligjore nga institucionet ligjzbatuese. Ju faleminderit dhe uroj konferencës punë të mbarë gjatë sesioneve në vijim.
Mr. Velju, thank you very much for these interesting remarks on the situation in Albania. Thank you. Then lastly, we turn to Ms. Anna Boskovic, who has spent almost a decade working as a prosecutor in the Basic State Prosecutor's Office in Podgorica. Since the beginning of 2020, she has been seconded as prosecutor in the Special State Prosecutor's Office, dealing with cases of organized crime and corruption. Recently, she has been elected as Vice President of the Conference of the Parties to the Council of Europe Convention on Laundering, Search, Seizure and Confiscation of the Proceeds from Crime and on the Financing of Terrorism. Also, she is an active member of the National Working Group for negotiations with the EU on questions dealing with the judiciary and fundamental rights. Within this group, she has been reporting on attacks and violence against journalists. So, Ms. Boskovic, without further ado, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Okay, I would like, dear colleagues, first of all, to thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to take part in this conference, and especially to take part in this panel, since this topic is very relevant and interesting, also and challenging in the global level and in the form of safety of journalists. As you can see from the introduction, I'm a prosecutor, and beside doing my everyday prosecutorial job, I'm also in charge for reporting on the cases of attacks on journalists and their property within the working group 23 that is formed with the purpose of negotiation with the EU. I would like just to remind all of us that the world today largely rely on media and messages they transmit. The media have the crucial role in the freedom of expression and information sharing. Bearing in mind such a significance, it is clear the attempts occur around the world to put the media under the control of certain persons or groups. Unfortunately, the threats to journalists also occur, as well as their murders, because of the job they perform. At the global level, as well as on the national level, there are authorities and organizations engaged in monitoring and assessing the level of respect of rights to freedom and expression and the freedom to inform in individual states. These organizations are in charge of monitoring the work of state institutions, but they exist also to remind us that the freedom of media inter alia depends on efficient investigation, prosecution, and punishment of those jeopardizing the media freedom by attacking journalists. I wish to share some of our experience regarding the database on the cases on attacks on journalists and their property, and the reporting obligation of our state to some of the international organizations. First of all, I would like to stress out that the Supreme State Prosecutor in the beginning of 2018 issued an official instruction to all state prosecutors and all state prosecutors' office to report timely and efficiently on all cases of the attacks of journalists and their property, and to inform him back on the results in those cases. This is very significant because it stresses out the importance of prosecutorial work in the cases where the journalists and their property has been attacked. Also, on the national level, there is a commission for monitoring the activities of competent authorities in the investigation of threats and violence against journalists, murders of journalists, and attacks to media property. This commission regularly obtain and ask for the information on cases which are subject of its work. What is really important and relevant for this panel discussion is that within the working group for negotiation on Chapter 23, that is dealing with judiciary and fundamental rights, the group has established a database on all cases of attacks on journalists and their property. This database or this data collection are updated regularly, at least twice a year, and it is submitted to the European Commission within the process of the negotiation. Besides this database is also used for other reports and is really used as a source of information on this specific topic. Beside the national reporting obligations, we have also international reporting obligations on the cases on the attacks on journalists and their property. So regularly we are submitting reports to the OSCE representative for media freedom including the journalist safety. The reports are delivered through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and through the permanent mission to OSCE. Also, the Council of Europe has a platform for the safety of journalists, and in this platform, the cases are published. So the reporting, our obligation, the obligation of the country is to report what are the steps that the country has undertook in order to solve the cases and to lead the effective investigations in these cases. I would like to just to say that when we are speaking about the reporting on cases in which the journalists are damaged party, I must use the opportunity to point out the benefits of such reports and the benefits of having a database of such cases. Some of them are, for example, it is a good opportunity to raise awareness of necessity to protect the journalist. Also, it can be used as a warning and sanction for states not achieving the adequate results in protection of journalists and investigation of attacks against them and their property. Also, it is good for emphasizing the significance of media freedom. And also, it is used somehow on forcing the state prosecutors, police officers, and all other stakeholders to work effectively on those cases. Besides those benefits, I would like to stress out some of the challenges that we are facing. And one of them is finding the balance in providing the adequate information by not jeopardizing the interests of the investigation at the same time. Also explaining that one of the challenges that we are facing is to explain that at certain times the incomplete information is provided only to protect the interests of the case and not by no means is aimed to conceal the work of the investigation authorities. However, the challenges we faced must not be an excuse not to deliver information, but to find the right balance through cooperation and the exchange of experience. I do hope that today's discussions will result in certain guidances aimed at the improvement of the collection and processing of information. I would like also to thank you all once again for giving me an opportunity to share some of our experience on this specific topic.
Dear Mrs. Boskovic, thank you so much for these useful insights. Now, after all of these 4 very interesting statements, I would like to open the floor for discussions. Please remember, if you want to take the floor, to turn on your microphone and your camera and introduce yourself by clearly stating your name and affiliation. At the end of your intervention, please do not forget to mute your microphone and switch off the camera again. You are all encouraged to present good practices from your own countries or regions, so they might even be transferable to other situations. I would like to start by opening the floor with one short question I have myself to all of the introducers, and so I'm asking you all 4 to briefly tell me if you think that within your country and region there is sufficient cooperation between state authorities and journalist organizations when it comes to gathering information on attacks against the media in your country. Perhaps we could do the same order as we had until so far. So could I ask Ms. Sanela Koruzanovic-Butigan to first take the floor on my short question? Ms. Koruzanovic-Butigan, are you still with us? Okay, then perhaps we should move on. And Mr. Adivelu, could I ask you to answer my short question on in how far you think that there's sufficient cooperation between the state authorities and journalist organizations when gathering information?
Siç e theksova edhe gjatë fjalës time për raportin që ne kemi krijuar, pra Policia e Shtetit me komunitetin e gazetarëve, ndjehem shumë mirë kur mund të them që kemi një bashkëpunim shumë të mirë ndërmjet Policisë së Shtetit dhe komunitetit të gazetarëve. Kjo jo vetëm në drejtim të dhënies së informacionit në lidhje me kërkesat të cilat ata adresojnë për tematika të caktuara të fushës dhe përgjegjësive të policisë, por dhe në tavolinat e rrumullakta apo workshopet apo diskutimet që organizohen qoftë nga komuniteti apo shoqatat e gazetarëve, apo edhe në workshopet e organizuar nga ana jonë me qëllim forcimin e raportit të bashkëpunimit ndërmjet Policisë së Shtetit dhe komunitetit gazetarëve me qëllim informimin e publikut dhe bërjen transparent të gjithë punës të Policisë së Shtetit.
Okay, Mr. Velju, thank you very much. Yes, perhaps Snezjana Terpevska, could you give a brief answer to my question on if you think if there's enough cooperation between both the state authorities on the one hand and journalist organizations? Mrs. Terpevska.
Okay, probably the best answer to this question would be given by the journalist associations themselves. But what I know from the activities undertaken so far by the regional platform, I can say that the things are moving forward, not everywhere probably with the same quality and same extent, but there are various forms of cooperation in different countries in the region. But still, since 2016, when we started the project, now we can see that we are talking about a lot about the cooperation between state institutions and journalist associations. A lot of issues were debated, raised, trainings were conducted. Some documents, instructions, guidelines, and databases are established within some institutions. But to speak about the level of cooperation at a country level, probably journalist associations, representatives who are present here can give more details about this.
Thank you very much for this answer. If there are any among us, please send a request to floor request, and then of course you will get the floor to talk about this topic. Let's see if we can still go to Ms. Kurajanovic-Butigan, if she could have a brief answer on this. No, I think she's not with us, or she might have difficulties. So then I'll just go to Ms. Boskovic, and if Ms. Boskovic, please, could you give a short answer to this question I posed? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Cooperation between different associations of journalists and state authorities in order to obtain data are very important. And cooperation can we all have to work on strengthening those cooperation. Regarding the databases that I've been talking about, those databases are based on the police information and state prosecutors' information, as well as the information from the court. Since this database is part of the is done within the working group on Chapter 23, I have to stress out that members of this working group are also the representatives from the NGOs. So through these forms, the data could be also selected. And reporting on those cases, we did not find challenges. We did not really came to the situation that we did not report on some cases. And this was my experience in this field since 2012, since I'm reporting on those cases. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this answer. Now we really will open the floor for all participants. I have at least one a participant who wants to take the floor. Borka Rudic from the Bosnia-Herzegovina Journalists Association. I think you don't have a camera but a microphone, so please take the floor.
Good afternoon to all participants of conference. Did you hear me? At the moment, I have no good camera in my office, but I have a good microphone. I switch my speech in English and continue to talk in Bosnian language. Ja imam jednu intervenciju u vezi sa uvodnim izlaganjem gospođe Sanele Gorušanović, koja je rekla da su u Bosni i Hercegovini pokrenute aktivnosti koje se tiču izmjena krivičnog zakona i bolje zaštite novinara u Bosni i Hercegovini. Novinarska udruženja u Bosni i Hercegovini nisu tražili da se novinari tretiraju kao službene osobe, već da se u krivično zakonodavstvo Bosne i Hercegovine uvedu novinari nominalno, dakle da budu kategorija koja će na poseban način biti štićena. Zašto ne želimo da novinari budu tretirani kao službene osobe? To ima veze i sa prvim panelom gdje se govorilo o definiciji ko je novinar i ko može biti novinar. To su politička nastojanja da se izbjegnu efikasne istrage napada na novinare i da se insistiranje na definiciji novinar zaustave efikasne istrage i sankcioniranje napadača. Zbog tog mislim da je jako važno da krivična zakonodavstva u zemljama Zapadnog Balkana prepoznaju novinare kao profesiju koju treba štititi i slučajevi napada na novinare trebaju u krivičnim zakonima biti tretirani kao slučajevi od prioritetnog značaja za istragu. Druga stvar koju želim istaknuti jeste problem saradnje udruženja novinara u Bosni i Hercegovini sa pravosudnim institucijama. Mi u praksi nemamo problem sa istragom napada na novinare od strane policije, ali imamo problem sa djelovanjem tužilaštava. Većina slučajeva zapravo napada na novinare i ugrožavanja sigurnosti završi u ladicama tužilaštava u Bosni i Hercegovini. To je najslabija karika što se tiče Bosne i Hercegovine u efikasnom procesuiranju napada na novinare. Jedno naše istraživanje kaže da čak 35% napada i krivičnih dijela prema novinarima završi u ladicama pravosudnih institucija u Bosni i Hercegovini. Hvala lijepo.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Since we have ample time left, I don't want to go into much detail. We still have someone else who requested for the floor, and I'm going to give the floor to Dragan Segulovski. Please, the floor is yours.
Yes, hi. I think you can all hear me now, yeah? First of all, thank you for organizing the event. I think it's very useful to share the trends and the practices we have concerning the journalist safety in the region. One of the reasons for sharing this is because we have similarities happening in all the countries from Western Balkans, and sometimes we can learn from the mistakes to our neighboring countries how not to repeat it in our local context. I wanted to contribute on the topic of potential cooperation with the institutions which are relevant to prevent, but also to punish when we have infringements towards journalists. The fact is that in our local context in North Macedonia, unfortunately, we have drop downs. So if we had 4 attacks on annual level in 2019, this year, and now we are mid-September, we have 14. And I think that the pandemic increased this because the violence and the threats on the internet is much more present than in the past. So in our case, we tripled the cases, unfortunately. And here, I must say that as international community, OSCE maybe can consider us and also our partner organizations, not only in Macedonia, but also in the Western Balkans country, to improve the institutional dialogue within the prosecutors, since they are the very important element in which they can assist us and prevent the impunity. So far, let's say the Minister of Interior is doing okay job. As Tony said, it's not perfect, it's not great, but they are doing far better work than they used to do in the past. But unfortunately, when we speak about violence to journalists, we still don't have any single court case this year, and we have 14 attacks. And here I point the finger to the prosecutor's office. Having said this, the laws need to be amended in a line that would give more authority to the prosecutor's office, in which by ex officio they would prosecute the people who are attacking the journalists, because you can't expect that journalists would pay lawyers to, you know, in a way, get themselves in a legal procedure with some individuals or a company that are powerful in the Western Balkan countries. This should be done by the state, and the institutions are simply responsible when the rights of the journalist is being heard to go to the end and to have justice in the end. So I'm not pessimistic, but I must say that Macedonia maybe used to be the better country until last year when we speak about regional context, but 2020 is a bad year for us. And if we don't prevent one negative example in the whole, in the one of the countries of the Western Balkans, I fear that spillover effect may happen, and this kind of bad practices may easily be, you know, present in other countries very soon. So I just want to press the alarm button that we need assistance with the judiciary here in order to stop the impunity and to keep the journalists safe. So thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sekulovsky, for your contribution. I don't see any further floor requests so far. So then I'm going to look at our 4 introducers because I think they should then have the right to have another say if they want to. So I'm just going through our list again. Mrs. Tepevska, is there anything that you would like to comment on, some last remark? Please let me know.
Very briefly, I think we should bring up the cooperation on a higher level. So far, I can see that there is a political will among the institutions and politicians to discuss with journalist associations, which is a very, very good thing. And I think we can together, because they have reliable partners on the other side, so we can together, I mean institutions and partners in the regional platform, to discuss about the further topics and issues that should be resolved in near future.
Thank you very much for this. Then I'm going to take another try with Ms. Korusanovic Butigan. If you would want to make a last remark. No, that's what I was afraid of. She is having difficulties connecting to us. Then I'll go to Mr. Velju. If you would want to make a last remark or some, then please take the floor.
No, thank you. I have not anything.
Okay, thank you so much. And then I'll go to our last introducer, Ms. Boskovic. If you would want to make a last remark or pose something, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. I would like just to make a slight remark on this closing speech. It's when we are talking about the cooperation, there is 2 levels of cooperation that we should be aware of. The cooperation that exists on trying to prevent attacks on journalists and their property, and cooperation, and which I think that is more relevant for this topic, is cooperation on data collection on journalist attacks. So that's what I wanted just to point out as the end of this panel. And also I would like for my closing remarks to stress out the importance of journalists to feel and to be safe as well, they personally, their families, as well as their property. And thank you very much once again for giving me an opportunity to take part in this panel.
And thank you very much for participating in our panel. Since we're really running late and the interpreters have done so much work already, I'll just wrap up really briefly. What we heard, I think, is that threats are on the rise. That when talking about data analysis and data collection, we should look at the broader picture and see what's behind the figures. There is political will, it seems, and cooperation between state authorities and journalists could be brought to a higher level. With this, I would want to conclude this session. However, not before I've thanked all the introducers and our speakers, and you all, our audience. Thank you for joining us. Also, I would want to express a heartfelt thanks to the interpreters who've been really working hard again. And with this, I give the floor back to my distinguished colleagues. Adi.
Thank you very much, Irfan. Thank you, dear participants, speakers of our second panel of today. With this panel, we will conclude the day, and I can only say thank you for being with us, for actively participating in today's two sessions. We really hope that you found it useful. We will, as you know, continue tomorrow with two panels, one being COVID-19's impact on media freedom in the Western Balkans, and the other silencing women journalists from portraying to online harassment. Tomorrow, please try to be on time. We will start connecting at 9:15, and we'll start at 9:30 sharp with welcoming remarks by ambassadors. Thank you very much, and have a good rest of the day.